Mayor's muted.
Mayor, you're muted right now, sir. Can we start?
Starting again.
Thank you.
Good evening. Tonight, the City Council and I continue with our 6th web-based telemeeting. We appreciate your patience during these unprecedented times. Our city staff and our city cable team continue to improve how we can carry on the business of our city while allowing residents and community members to participate in the process during the safe-at-home orders. The Council and I have tested and trained in advance to make these meetings as functional as possible, and we're starting to get the hang of it. We look forward to a time when our meetings will return back to normal at City Hall, inside our City Council chambers, when the Council and the citizens can meet and discuss the issues affecting our community face-to-face. Your participation is important. Thank you to those who have submitted emails by this afternoon's deadline of 4 p.m. They have been forwarded to the Council as supplemental material and will be entered into the public record. And for those of you tuning in, because of the challenges faced in this Council format, we will dedicate time for general orals at the end of the meeting by telephone call-in. You can participate regarding specific items by calling into Public Input Hotline. The number is 310-618-2404 and will be displayed on the screen periodically throughout the meeting. Please be patient when calling in and state the agenda item number that you are calling about. The 3-minute rule applies, and you'll be disconnected at the end of 3 minutes. Please speak when prompted. There is a delay in the broadcast, but try not to follow what you may hear on the broadcast. Rather, just go forward. On behalf of our City Council, I want to say how proud we are of the community's response to this pandemic. You have, from the beginning, taken health advisory guidelines seriously. You have adjusted to the world of homeschooling and staying at home. You have stepped forward to volunteer and help those in need. You have been patient as the city tries to provide services under these very challenging conditions. Thank you. Now on to our legal disclosures. Tonight, the City Council is conducting our council meeting under a national, state, and city state of emergency. Our council meeting will be conducted in a video telephonic conference. The council members will interact through a conference interface. This procedure is in conformance with the Governor of California's Executive Order N-2920, which suspended provisions of the Brown Act relating to meetings by teleconference or other electronic means. The executive order requires that members of the public are allowed to observe and address the meeting telephonically or otherwise electronically. Again, during the live broadcast, the public may participate via telephone by calling 310-618-2404. City Clerk, have emails received before 4 p.m. today been processed as supplemental material and provided to the City Council?
Yes, Your Honor, they have.
Well, thank you. With that behind us, I'll call the meeting to order and ask the clerk for a roll call, please.
Councilmember Chen?
Present.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Here.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Here.
Councilmember Kalani?
Here.
Councilmember Matucci?
Here.
Mayor Fury?
Here. The next item on the agenda will be a flag salute led by Councilmember Goodrich and an invocation by Councilmember Griffiths.
This will be a self-directed flag salute, but I will get us started. I pledge allegiance Thank you.
COVID-19 has affected so many. Yes, thank you, Mayor. COVID-19 has affected so many in our country and the world has reacted to it in many ways. Let us keep in our thoughts and prayers all those affected either directly by the disease or impacted indirectly by the effects of shutdowns, which have caused a whole different level of devastation, including business and financial loss, increased mental health problems, domestic violence, and yes, even death. Let our leaders make smart decisions based not on politics, but what is best for the most of those affected in either way. And a special thanks to the tireless efforts of those in the healthcare industry for stepping up and risking their own health and the health of their families, and without great reward, because they truly care. These are the true heroes in our communities. R.I.P. MMG, amen. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take a report of the city clerk on the posting of the agenda.
Your Honor, this agenda was posted on Thursday, April 30th.
Thank you. I'll take a motion to waive further reading.
Councilmember Goodrich, motion to waive further readings of resolution and ordinances after numbers and titles.
Councilman Griffith, second.
May we have a roll call, please?
Yes. Roll call vote. Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Yes.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Announcement of withdrawn, deferred, and/or supplemental items. Mr. Jackson?
Yes, Mayor, this is Mr. Jackson. There are no withdrawn or deferred items. There are supplemental materials related to 9A, review and determine the need of extending a local emergency related to COVID-19. Item 9C, establish business assistance programs in response to the COVID-19 public health emergency and appropriate funds. And item 13, oral communications, correspondence received from the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Council committee meetings and announcements. Chief Sterna?
Thank you, Your Honor. The Torrance Refinery Company will be conducting their monthly test of the Community Alert Siren tomorrow, May 6th, at approximately 11:30 a.m. As a reminder, this is only a test. The monthly test is described as follows. A 1-minute chime. All clear chime will precede and follow a 2-minute siren tone. Total testing time will not exceed 5 minutes. It is important to note that the siren tone carries a greater distance and may be heard beyond the reach of the chimes. During a real emergency, when you hear chimes or sirens, shelter, shut, and listen. If you're at home and outside, go indoors, close all vents, windows, and doors. Listen for instructions on local cable and radio. If driving, continue to drive, close windows and vents, and turn your radio to 1620 AM City Sounds. Listen for the chime sound that will signal an all clear. For additional information, please contact the Torrance Refinery Company Community Relations at 310-212-1852. Again, that's 310-212-1852. We also encourage all community members to sign up for Torrance Alerts. For more information regarding Torrance Alerts, please go to the city's Torrance's webpage. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Chief. This is a reminder that the 2020 census is still accepting submissions online, by phone, or by mail. To submit online, please visit 2020census.gov. This month, we are celebrating Older Americans Month to recognize the many contributions of older adults across the nation. Let's pay homage to these great pillars of our community by registering senior citizens on the 2020 census. The City of Torrance currently has a self-response rate of 66.5%. That's okay, but it's not perfect. It does exceed the state average of 57.5%, but it's still not perfect. Let's help shape our community's future by ensuring that Torrance reaches a 100% participation rate. It's so important. Everybody does count so that we can get the funding and the representation that we deserve as a community. Thank you. We're now moving on with item 6, community matters. And the first item under that is 6A, recognition of students selected for Students and Government Day. At this time, we'd like to acknowledge that today would have been our 14th annual Students and Government Day, a program where Torrance students take over City Hall and then conduct business during their own televised City Council meeting. In Torrance, we believe that continuing to improve our community can and should involve everyone, regardless of age. It's so unfortunate that due to the precautions being taken with regard to COVID-19, the city was unable to host this year's activities. While the students could not be here in person, we have mailed letters and certificates to acknowledge their achievement. We also want to recognize the 21 eighth grade students whose essays were chosen from the 909 essays that were submitted. They answered the prompt. Successful communities thrive on civic engagement. Develop a plan where families of all abilities can volunteer together to make Torrance a better place to live, work, and play. How would you implement this plan? How would it benefit our community? Themes from this year's essays included ideas to help the elderly and disabled persons with services such as grocery delivery or transportation, community garden programs with an emphasis on education for new gardeners or gardens to help provide food to people experiencing homelessness, community cleanup events, having more theatrical, cultural, or arts events, hosting more environmental activities, holding pet-related activities to support animal shelters, and the creation of a dog park in Torrance. Remember, folks, these are eighth graders who are answering that prompt with some great ideas. Normally, the students from middle schools across Torrance would get some behind-the-scenes tours and get to see how city departments work. They would have the chance to shadow a department head or elected official before conducting a mock city council meeting. I know the students are disappointed to be missing this unique opportunity. And I'm also disappointed, as I know everybody here in the city is. We are proud that so many creative and thoughtful young people are part of our community. We thank all the students who submitted essays, as well as their parents, teachers, principals, and school and district personnel who make this program possible. And thank you to the selection committee for all their efforts in support of Students and Government Day. Now it's my privilege to present the 21 eighth graders selected for the 2020 Students and Government Day. Edward Apichallo from Magruder Middle School. Dove Burkhalter Lopez, Riviera Hall Lutheran School. And Molly Chen from Madrona Middle School. Aspen Cordrump, First Lutheran School. Wagby Eclodius, Bertlin Middle School. Jedrick Espiritu, J.H. Hull Middle School. Alyssa Sao, J.H. Hull Middle School. Chloe Wang, Richardson Middle School. Darren Kawazoe, Jefferson Middle School. Daniel Lemus, St. Catherine Lebrain. Alexa Rose Luag, Nativity Catholic School. Erin Alexis Louis, Casmer Middle School. Kaylee McKenzie, Jefferson Middle School. Stevie McLean, Kelly Mayor Middle School. Angelica Mejia, Magruder Middle School. Joaquin Miranda, Kelly Mayor Middle School. Maggie O'Dowd, St. James Catholic School. Javirlin Peseta, J.H. Hull Middle School. Kristen Sayano, Jefferson Middle School. Nicholas Wolfgang Wellesley, Kelly Mayor Middle School. And Vivian Yokoyama, Magruder Middle School. Thank you and congratulations to all the students. Now, we have a message from Ms. Cindy Scotto, the co-chair of the Students and Government Day Committee, that we'd like to play.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. This is Cindy Scotto, co-chair of the Students in Government Day. On behalf of my co-chair, Sandy Monda, and the committee members, Donna Duperon, Keith Montoya, and Jerry Ronan, I would like to thank you for your acknowledgement of the students whose essays were selected this year. This is our 14th year of this program, and as in the past, we had many exceptional essays, making the selection process a challenge. The committee would like to extend our congratulations to the students who were selected this year. As we tell our students every year, be very proud of this accomplishment. You were chosen from over 900 essays submitted, and although we were unable to have you come to the city today for the activities plan, we hope you will remember that it is an honor to be selected. We appreciate the continued support of the teachers and administrators in all our Torrance schools that encourages students and help them when writing their essays. I would especially like to thank Dr. George Mannon, Superintendent of the Torrance Unified School District. We came to Dr. Mannon 14 years ago with the idea to have a program where students could learn more about city government. It was going to be called Students in Government Day, and without any hesitation, he said, yes, let's do this. We are grateful for his unwavering support for the last 14 years. We wish him well in his retirement and want him to know how much his enthusiasm and commitment to the program have made it the outstanding program we have today for the students of all our schools. I want to assure the students and parents that we will be back again next year with another essay to be written and another opportunity for our students to see how our city government works up close and personally. We have such an amazing city staff who affords us the opportunity to have this program by their support and willingness to take time to mentor these students. I can't thank you all enough. So Mayor and Council members, thank you all, and we'll see you next year.
Thank you, Mrs. Scotto, and thank you, Mrs. Scotto, and thank you to all the members of the committee who've made this work over these 14 years. Special thanks to all the educators who also helped out so greatly during this period of time. So many essays to be submitted, so many essays to be read, and the parents who have done it as well. But as Mrs. Scotto pointed out, George Mannon, our superintendent, was really a nothing less than a blessing to our community. He came in at a time when our facilities were not that good at the high school level, at the middle school level, at the elementary level. He worked diligently to get some bond measures passed. They did, and actually fixed every school in the city right now. And it has made the biggest difference. The curb appeal of our high schools, our elementary schools, and our middle school is that much better. And it's changed the dynamics of the education process in the city of Torrance. So George Mannon, Dr. Mannon, you have left a legacy in our community. You've made countless friends, you and your wife, Nancy. We wish you nothing but the best in your retirement. And thank you for all the support you have given to us as a community. It's been a great partnership between the City of Torrance and Torrance Unified School District, and no small part of that was our superintendent, George Mannon. Thank you. Now we move on to 6B. From the Commission on Aging and Community Services to recognize Julie DeJury, Madonna Davenport, and Bob Habel as the 2020 Older American Award recipients. The recommendation of the Commission on Aging and Community Services Director that the City Council recognize these people. It is with great pleasure that I, along with my colleagues on the Council, get to recognize three special individuals who have gone above and beyond as volunteers in our city, and as such are receiving 2020 Older Americans Awards. Julie DeJury, Madonna Davenport, and Bob Habel, thank you all for your continued support and volunteerism. I'd like to spend a few moments highlighting each of your accomplishments and virtually present each of you with your award certificate, which will be mailed to you following tonight's meeting. We'll start with Julie. Julie is a volunteer of several local organizations, including the South Bay Village, Torrance YMCA, and Meals on Wheels. Julie is also currently serving on the Commission on Aging for the City of Torrance. Julie has organized and hosted several workshops for the New Horizons seniors throughout the last 5 years, including Seniors Don't Be Scammed and City Council candidate forums. Congratulations, Julie, and thank you for all of your hard work. Please accept this virtual certificate of recognition. Julie submitted a written statement, which we will now share and give everyone a brief moment to read. Next, we will be honoring Madonna Davenport. Madonna has been a dedicated member of the Torrance Women's Club since 1966, and she is currently serving as the parliamentarian. She has also supported Torrance Women's Club fundraisers and events throughout the years, including the annual fashion show. Madonna is an avid community volunteer and has also been involved in the Helping Hand Committee, making quilts for children in need. Congratulations, Madonna, and thank you for your constant support of the Torrance community. Please accept this virtual certificate of recognition. Madonna also submitted a written statement, which we will now share and give everyone a brief moment to read. Last but not least, the final recipient of the 2020 Older Americans Award is Bob Habel. Bob has been volunteering in the City of Torrance for many years, supporting programs such as the Volunteer Center's Food for Kids program and the Torrance Certified Farmers Market. Bob has also volunteered his time as Biker Bunny and Biker Santa. See a theme there, Bob. At community events and is known as the city's very own resident Steelers fan and local historian. Congratulations, Bob, and thank you for your many years of dedicated service. Please accept this virtual certificate of recognition. Bob also submitted a written statement, which we'll now share and give everyone a brief moment to read. Thank you. On behalf of myself and my colleagues on the council, once again, a heartfelt congratulations to Julie, Madonna, and Bob. Your passion for volunteerism and community helps make Torrance a wonderful place to live, work, and play. Now, further on the agenda is item 6C from the city manager, who will give us an update on COVID-19.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is Leroy Jackson. Tonight, I'm pleased to share with you that while the city is still responding to our local, county, and state emergency, we are moving into the recovery process of dealing with that emergency. This, in many ways, is as difficult as it was the process of dealing with the emergency as it came upon us. But now we become focused on how to get us up and running again. This recovery will require the city to waive certain rules to allow businesses to reopen consistent with county guidelines, perhaps in violation of our own building codes and planning allowances. The continuing declaration of emergency allows for such action. Item 9A, in addition to the weekly COVID-19 briefing by the fire chief and EOC director, is requesting City Council to extend the local emergency related to COVID-19 through July 2020. I'd like to clarify at this time that the extension of the local emergency allows the city manager and city council to issue rules, regulations, and orders to deal with the COVID-19 emergency and our recovery efforts. Additionally, it allows the city of Torrance to seek reimbursement from the state and federal government for expenditures related to COVID-19 emergency. by the City Council to extend the local emergency is not a quarantine order, a shelter-in-place order, or a stay-at-home order, or a safer-at-home order. It only extends the local emergency. The county, the state, have made those other orders and placed them into being. As the city shifts its efforts towards recovery, the reopening of the city and businesses by approving the extension of local emergency, Council will authorize the city manager to modify the local city executive orders as modifications are announced to existing executive orders issued by the state and by the county. In anticipation of modifications to the state and county emergency health orders, the City of Torrance has already taken a proactive measure to prepare for reopening and community continuity of operations. We've reformed a business recovery team with representatives from the city manager's office, economic development, community development, fire, and finance departments to provide businesses with guidelines to assist them with their reopening. In an effort to facilitate potential reopening and easing of current restrictions within the city and LA County at large, staff prepared a draft City of Torrance general reopening guidelines and 2 industry-specific guidelines for the food services and retail service sectors. The City of Torrance provided these conceptual operating parameters to the state and to LA County to advance these conversations at a regional level and to develop advanced guidelines for our business operators to reduce confusion and promote compliance. We'll continue to urge the state of California and LA to provide advance notice to allow businesses the opportunity to prepare for reopening. The draft guidelines have been posted on the city business resource website at https://cityoftorrance.com/business-html. An email blast will be sent sharing the information with the business community. Questions can be directed to the Office of Economic Development, either via email at economicdevelopment@torrance.government or via telephone at 310-618-5807. Furthermore, in anticipation of easing the current restrictions, we encourage businesses to plan for reopening with the following anticipated modifications. Maintain social distances, require face coverings for staff and customers, placement of signs with public health messaging, placement of hand sanitizers for employees and the public, installing sneeze guards where appropriate, queuing marking to secure social distancing for customers and employees, work with us on potential curbside pickup locations and methodologies, and to work with us on traffic control. Yesterday, the governor announced that some retail stores across the state can reopen with modifications as early as Friday this week. The businesses that can open include bookstores, music stores, toy stores, florists, sporting goods retailing, and others can reopen for pickup as early as Friday. The governor stated that more detailed guidelines on the businesses that can reopen would be released later this week. LA County Department of Health has not released specific guidelines and may not follow the governor's guidelines, as counties are allowed to have stricter guidelines based on local needs. The City of Torrance will continue to monitor all federal, state, and county guidelines and share information with all of our businesses. The City Economic Development Team will host webinars to assist various business sectors with developing their own reopening plans, and again can be reached by phone and or email. The city has also developed a recovery and continuity of operation plan for city departments, which takes into account social distancing, public and employee safety, with the goal of providing city services in a safe manner at public counters. City manager and mayor are also working with South Bay elected officials, city managers, and LA County reps on a reopening plan for the beaches. Torrance parks remain open, and on Thursday we will be reopening Madrona Marsh with social distance protocols from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. We've also heard from some members of the public that you are not receiving responses to your emails. City staff were reminded check their email spam filters each day to ensure we are following up to citizen concerns and requests. We apologize for any inconvenience. Please feel free to contact the City Manager's Office at 310-618-5880 with any questions or requests. We'll begin tonight's presentation with a briefing by our Fire Chief and EOC Director. We're available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. This is Chief Cerna. I'm just going to provide a brief overview and a few talking points and an update to our last update from a couple weeks ago. Go to the next slide, please. So just to recap, we stepped out or moved forward with providing testing to our vulnerable community or our senior community. I think about a couple weeks ago. To date, we've tested over 65 of our residents. Thankfully, all have tested negative, but it's a service that we're providing to our senior community, understanding that they cannot come out into the community, so we are taking the test kits to them, the COVID-19 testing to their residents. It's been well received, and we still, on a regular basis, receive a lot of requests. Mr. Jackson did touch on our recovery updates. Across the city, we've been proactively involved in participating in a wide range of recovery efforts and teams and committees. I am participating with the Los Angeles Public Health official recovery effort, and one of the areas I just want to touch on as far as what our recovery effort looks like as we prepare for phase 2 or move into the next step. Public Health wants to make sure and ensure that we have capacity across our medical system, primary hospitals and primary care. They want to ensure that we have protections in place for our vulnerable populations. We want to ensure that we have capacity for testing, isolating, and quarantining individuals who have the potential of having COVID or have tested positive for COVID-19. We also want to ensure capacity, maintain maximum capacity of social distancing, which we've all been very good about over the last almost 2 months now. So these are some of the parameters and guidance that LA County Public Health is utilizing as we prepare and move forward into our recovery efforts. The other item I want to touch on is our senior nursing home, our senior facilities in our community. And you can go to the next slide, please. This is just an overview of our dashboard that we keep track on a regular basis. It was about, I believe, last week when LA County Public Health started reporting the overall impacts in regards to the COVID-19. So we've adjusted our daily dashboard, as you can see there to the right of the screen. We actually start counting or tracking cases throughout the area, obviously more importantly located here in Torrance. So you can see where we are in the city of Torrance as of this late afternoon. We have 298 cases with 34 deaths. Those deaths are primarily in our senior nursing homes, our senior nursing facilities, and it's something that we've been proactively engaged in on a daily basis. We check in with them to ensure that they have the staffing as well as any the appropriate PPE. If they're not, then we provide them some of those added requests. So you can go to the next slide. This is just a reminder of our 1 month outlook, although it does state the Safer at Home extends out to May 15th, and Mr. Jackson did touch on Governor Newsom is looking to move the state into that next phase as close or as soon as this Friday. But again, for Los Angeles County, we still remain on that target date of May 15th. Again, as a reminder, stay at home, social distancing, essential, and looking to ensure that we are operating with essential businesses only. We'll continue our public outreach, continue to provide support and education, and I did touch on our outreach to support our seniors and our special needs population. Next slide. And here we want to maintain employee health and safety. We have weekly meetings with our employees. We adjust our operations to ensure readiness and maintain appropriate PPE, which thankfully, we've had a lot of wonderful support from our community and continue to contact and stay in connection with our local hospitals. And again, making that pivot towards recovery efforts, which we've been engaged in for several weeks now. But I'll let our Assistant City Manager, ESODR Director, Ram Shaporian, touch on that as he moves into his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council, Adam Chaparian, EOC Director. Today's focus and update is really on recovery. Just wanted to remind everyone listening and watching that we start off with our strategic goals of life safety, city stabilization, property and quality of life conservation, agility, and we've added recovery the last few weeks. Initially, we were activated at level 2 virtual coverage for EOC that required 7 days round-the-clock awareness and weekend coverage here at City Hall and at city facilities. We will maintain that situational awareness to our first responders at Torrance Police Department and Torrance Fire Department. However, we are going to be transitioning into a level 3 virtual coverage. And what this means, we'll still have 7 days of coverage. We'll have an A shift Monday through Friday. We'll have a duty officer at TFD. Department heads will be briefed every Monday and as needed. And same thing with City Council. At City Council meetings, we'll provide regular briefings as well as needed. And then we'll still maintain our weekend emergency operations meeting coverage with our section chiefs. LA County continues to share their public health messaging regarding social distancing and safety measures such as Cover Up LA County and how to properly use a face covering. They're also sharing some do's and don'ts of proper usage for face coverings, as well as emphasis on wellness, as now we're entering almost the full third month of safer at home. Just some ideas for folks to stay engaged and maintain their wellness. And the website through CDC is also posted here and available on our city's website. We've continued to work with our regional partners. As I mentioned before, we're in constant communications with our hospitals as well as USD and local schools. Major action updates. We start off with Torrance Cares to Go with our initial program to assist seniors and individuals with special needs. I am very pleased to announce that to date we have delivered over 1,200 grocery packages. However, as we are in our recovery phase, our numbers of requests have significantly reduced, which is great. That means our seniors and our special needs population is receiving and obtaining grocery items. So we are looking at phasing out the program, most likely as the safer at home orders are modified mid-May. We did implement the Torrance Cares Farmers Market curbside pickup program, and I think almost approximately 30-plus packages have been picked up at the farmers market, and we see this as a great opportunity to transition our seniors who are able to just drive up and pick up their packages and purchase online. Madrona Marsh, as stated earlier, is opening on Thursday, and then we are also continuing to encourage everyone to wear face coverings in public to limit the spread of COVID-19. We have dedicated the city's website, cityoftorranceca.com, to all the various resources and updates related to the COVID-19 response. The Torrance Cares for Seniors program, as Chief mentioned, we're doing seniors in-home testing, and everyone is encouraged to visit our website to obtain information for us to be able to provide that service. Lastly, a couple of slides on our recovery plans. As Mr. Jackson mentioned and Fire Chief, we are focused on being able to reopen with providing service at our public counters. We're also working at ways to continue City Council and Commission meetings where social distance protocols can be maintained, assuming the restrictions will be lifted at some point. We are also looking at our parks and recreation programs as well as a beach closure. Retail, commercial centers, businesses, work schedules for city employees. And we may have to continue some of the work from home and telecommuting policies to ensure safe distancing, social distancing protocols, and face coverings. And then, as we mentioned, LA County will create directives for reopening sectors in a safe manner. We've gone department by department, asked departments to identify their equipment and supply list. So we have a head start in purchasing the sneeze guards, the plexiglass, the stencils for the ground, signage, as well as sanitary supplies to ensure employee and public safety is maintained, and we can provide services. A couple of other efforts. This is on the left, a slide from our first Torrance Cares Farmers Market Fresh program, and today we're celebrating Cinco de Mayo virtually, and wishing everyone who celebrates, please take out and support our local businesses. I'd be remiss not to mention this is a public service employee recognition week, and a great tie-in to our folks working at the Torrance Cares to Go program, librarians servicing our public remotely, and then the many men and women working out on the field with our landscaping, our streetscape, as well as our mechanics and equipment attendants servicing our first responders. So thank you to all the city employees and all public employees on this Public Service Recognition Week. And then just a few more minutes on the Business Recovery Team. As Mr. Jackson mentioned, the LA County Department of Health has not yet released specific guidelines, but the city being proactive based on the guidelines issued by the federal government, the state and the local LA County authorities, we have indication that most will require some social distancing, face coverings, and you won't be going back to business as normal. However, we can start assisting our businesses. So what we've done is we've developed draft guidelines. Thank you to our Community Development Department, Danny Santana and his team, where we're anticipating 4 stages. The current stage being stage 1 with the restrictions, and then all the way to stage 4, which is no restrictions. Stage advancements will be following local health officials' recommendations. Again, I want to emphasize, City of Torrance cannot modify those orders. It's subject to LA County and the state. Continued monitoring of COVID-19 community transmission, and then capacity of the local healthcare system. The Business Recovery Team also established that prior to reopening and during stages 1, 2, and 3, allowing businesses to observe the following guidelines related to reopening, safety actions they can take, monitoring and preparing their area and then the products and the food, and then maintaining healthy operations. So we will be sharing that. We have shared the local guidelines with the state and LA County. Individual communities are also developing their own guidelines, so we're following those. We'll email blast the draft guidelines to our businesses just to give them an opportunity to start thinking about their staffing, their equipment needs, their layout. Should we maintain 6 feet social distancing protocols? And again, this may be a later phase, but having that early lead start will really help expedite reopening once the orders are modified by LA County. And we will be setting webinars to attract and really target our restaurant industry, our auto dealers, our hotels, our retail services, and other clusters as required. So we're very pleased to be able to really step out from our economic development team and our emergency recovery. So thank you to Fran Fulton, to Chief Cerna, to Mr. Tsao, and Finance Department, as well as Mr. Danny Santana and his team. With that, I just want to emphasize again, for the latest information on the current mitigation levels, please check out our website, Economic Development. Email us, torranceca.gov. We'll also call direct Ms. Fran Fulton, 310-618-5807, and we'll be able to assist our businesses and share information as they become available. And lastly, please stay informed. Thank you to Cable and Community Relations and our community for following us on social media. Again, visit torranceca.gov. Our city's website is back up, and we have links to cityoftorrance.com, which is dedicated to COVID-19. Daily updates are provided via Torrance Alerts at 4 p.m. And then we have our daily COVID-19 show on City Cable Spectrum 3, Fios 31, and over the air at 25.2. With that, thank you, Mayor, the City Council, and to our community. We are available for any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shakarian, Chief Cerna, and Mr. Jackson. Lots of great information and lots of hard work working with the confines that we have as the state of California and the County of Los Angeles have given us orders, and we have to abide by those orders. But we have been working for the last several weeks getting ready for the eventual return to normalcy, as normal will be. It's going to be, as was pointed out, stages, and I think we've heard that all the way down from the federal government, the state government, the county government, that it's going to happen in stages, or phases, and we will certainly be on the forefront with that to get our community back up and running. Are there any questions from the council? Seeing none, we'll move on to item 8, the consent calendar. If any members of the public want to speak on items 8A, 8B, 8C, and or 8D, please call the public comment hotline now. That's 310-618-2404. It's on your screen, 310-618-2404, and they will queue you up. And when we get through the consent calendar, then we'll allow you to make your statements. In the meantime, are there any council persons who wish to pull any items on the consent calendar? I see none. So I will take a motion to approve the consent calendar, items 8A through D.
Councilman Griffiths, I move to approve all the consent items.
Councilmember Goodrich seconds.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Matucci?
Do we have anybody online?
This is Katie
That's correct.
Vaughn. No, I don't see any callers on the line.
Thank you for catching us on that.
Councilmember Matucci?
We'll give it wait a second. We're going to wait for a minute or so to see if anybody calls in.
Okay.
Mayor, this is Katie. I understand some calls are coming in. Please hold and I'll patch them in. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any callers lined up?
Mayor, this is Katie. I believe that the call center is working on it. Mayor, this is Katie again. I understand that the callers on the line are not for consent. Thank you.
Okay. So then we have no consent callers. Then we'll take the motion, and that was Councilmember Griffith, I believe.
Correct.
Okay. And who was our second?
Councilmember Goodrich.
Now we can take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yeah.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We are now moving on to item 9, administrative matters. If any members of the public want to speak on items 9A, 9B, and or 9C, please call the public comment hotline now at 310-618-2404. It's on your screen. Again, 310-618-2404. First item is item 9A from the city attorney and the city manager to review and determine the need to extend local emergency related to COVID-19. Expenditures none from city staff.
Yes, Your Honor. Patrick Sullivan, city attorney. As you said, this matter is for the city council to review and determine the need to extend the local emergency. There is a lot of misinformation out on social media and the internet about this item and what it does or does not do. So I'd like to start by clarifying that this item is only for the city council to review and determine whether it needs to extend the local emergency related to COVID-19. This is required by Government Code 8630 subsection C, as in Charles. It requires that during a state of emergency, the government needs to review it and determine whether it needs to extend it every 60 days. This emergency was originally proclaimed on March 12th by the city manager, and then on March 16th, the city council ratified and extended the city manager's proclamation of an emergency. This item, again, is not a quarantine order. It is not a shelter-in-place order. It is not a stay-at-home order, and it is not a safer-at-home order. This is only to extend the local emergency that was proclaimed in response to COVID-19. This extension would allow the city to seek reimbursement from the state and federal government for expenditures that relate to this COVID-19 emergency. This local emergency also allows the city council, as well as the city manager, to issue rules and regulations in order to deal with the COVID-19 emergency. These are the same powers that the city council and the city manager have in response to other local emergencies, such as an earthquake, a flood, a fire, mudslides, and things of that sort. Please note that the city council and city manager have issued 8 public orders dealing with a variety of issues, and then the city manager has issued several, or maybe numerous would be more accurate, administrative orders. The administrative orders, which have also been ratified by the city council, dealt more with just city issues, closing City Hall, canceling park programs, canceling the Armed Forces Day Parade, things that were like internal to the city as opposed to the public orders, which were more external, prohibiting social gatherings, closing the beach, masks for people in food service, giving the ability to shut the parks if necessary, if there was violations of the social distancing, which the city has not had to do, unlike other cities. It is important, again, to note that the city council and the city manager of Torrance have not issued any shelter-in-place or any quarantine orders as a result of the COVID-19 state of emergency. The stay-at-home orders or the safer-at-home orders are orders that have been issued by the governor of the state of California and the public health officer for LA County. Just as a reminder, the health officer of LA County issued what has been named the Safer-at-Home Order on March 19, 2020. It has been amended and superseded several times, most recently on April 10th. It now runs through May 15th. The governor's stay-at-home order, which is Executive Order N, as in Nancy, -33-20, was issued about an hour after the county issued their order on March 19, 2020, and the governor's order is in effect until terminated. I would note, though, that the governor made an announcement yesterday about lunchtime that he plans to move to phase 2 of his plan to reopen the economy, and he plans to reopen some businesses this Friday. The details are fairly murky at this point. He said he will release additional information on Thursday, obviously, which does not give the public, businesses, or the city much time to react to that, but we will do our best to do so. He has sent out a tweet that listed several types of businesses that he was talking about, but it is not very exhaustive, so we are waiting to see what he will do. The city of Torrance does not and has not extended any stay-at-home or safer-at-home orders. We do not have that authority. The city can adopt orders that are more strict than the orders of the state or the county, but we cannot adopt something that is less strict. Much like the county has to be stricter than the state, the same thing there. For those wondering, I know there's been questions by the public. The governor's orders have been recently upheld in federal court in a case called Gish versus Newsom. That was a challenge based on First Amendment and free speech and freedom of religion and freedom of assembly. And there was also a challenge in the state court by the cities of Huntington Beach and Dana Point over the closure of their beaches. Both of these cases have found the orders of the governor to be constitutional. Both of those cases looked at the U.S. Supreme Court cases in Jacobson versus Massachusetts, which is from 1905, and Prince versus Massachusetts in 1944. Further details of those cases can be found in the original item on pages 4 and 5. But essentially, it's just explaining that your constitutional rights aren't unfettered. So your right to a freedom of religion does not give you the right to potentially spread a contagious disease. Another example of that would be Oliver Wendell Holmes in a famous Supreme Court case said about the right to free speech. Everyone has a right to free speech, but that does not allow you to yell fire in a crowded theater. So during these times, the courts have found that in the balance of a contagion like this, the state has not only what's called a legitimate, but a compelling need to deal with this. Obviously, the state appears to be moving towards loosening up some of the restrictions, so hopefully that will help the economy and our residents. I just conclude again by saying this is only dealing with a local emergency. We are only dealing with potential reimbursement for any city costs during the state of emergency from the state or the federal government. And it also allows the city council and the city manager to issue orders and regulations and amend its existing laws. An important part of this state of emergency will be the recovery part that we are now entering into, and the ability to rapidly change direction, be agile, as the city manager keeps reminding us and the assistant city manager keeps reminding us. This will allow us to amend codes, parking restrictions, and other things that the city manager was referring to earlier as businesses start to reopen and maybe need to have curbside pickup and maybe need to block some of their parking spaces to allow for certain things, or allow restaurants to have maybe more outdoor seatings on sidewalks or also in blocked off parking areas. So without the ability to pass these kind of temporary orders and rules to open up the businesses and allow the economy to, we'd have to go through the normal process to amend our codes, which is obviously a lot longer and more laborious than just a quick order that the council then can ratify rapidly if it chose to do so. Again, if the council does not like an order that the city manager issues, it could also choose not to ratify it. So again, just finally, this does not extend the state's order. It does not extend the county's order. And I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Pretty detailed. We do have a question, at least one from Councilmember Chen.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm sorry. Go ahead, George.
Thank you, Mayor. And this question, I don't know, it either goes to the city attorney or city manager. Thank you for the clarification. The process of applying for reimbursement to either the federal or state government that gives us, allows us to do this, is it our attempt to hoping to get reimbursement, but there's really no guarantee, but we're going to try? Is that what we're, with the reimbursement part?
Councilman, this is Leroy Jackson. You're correct. We file applications for reimbursement. There are certain guidelines that have been set out. We've documented what we've done. We believe there is a potential for receiving it, but there's no guarantee. And it's in the control of both the state and federal government to approve. They did not return to us the grant money that came out of the federal government, went to cities only 500,000 or larger, or to the state of California, and then the state of California disperses to us.
Thank you.
Is that all? Councilmember
That's
Griffin?
all for me. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank staff for confusing, I think, a lot of people in the city, and myself included, about what this was originally. And the reason I say that is we got to hear from a lot of people in the community about their concerns and feelings. My inbox and my spam folder were overflowing with emails, as can be seen by the extensive supplemental that were put out for this. And I think I read and responded to almost every single one of those that I received. And if my memory serves me well, and I think I'm pretty good on this one, every single email I read said that the public in Torrance is ready to start moving forward towards reopening, as I've requested as early as 2 weeks ago. And so I think we're all anxious to do that. So it was nice to get a little temperature of the public on that one as a result of this item. But a couple of questions I have is, we're under the guidelines of the state and the county as far as the rules and regulations that we follow. And if it turns out that the state's rules become more lenient than the county, whose rules do we follow?
Councilman, this is Leroy Jackson. The county still has control since they're the primary administrator of the rules for this area. And the governor has indicated that the counties have control to a certain extent. They can't go below what he is issuing, but they can be more restrictive or they can be slower in coming out of the stay-at-home rule.
So to confirm kind of comments that I said 2 weeks ago is that really the county is controlling our ability to move forward or not, and not really the state. Correct?
Yes.
All right. Thank you for clarifying that again. And then I just want to, city attorney kind of went through all this issue on this item, but the simple question that I ask is if we don't approve this resolution tonight, what happens?
The city manager will not be able to make modifications to assist businesses in opening up. I think the rest of it, the funding may be challenging. We continue to expend a great deal of money that's related to this disaster. From the point that the declaration of disaster ends, we would not have a claim for reimbursement. So future expenditures may be very challenging to receive any possibility of recovery. But I think the most primary element is that we don't know what the guidelines are going to be, but we know that we're going to have to change how we do business. We're going to have to modify how we allow parking. We're going to have to encourage methods and means by which people can pick up packages from businesses and come to make payments and receive packages. All those require minor modifications or big modifications on a case-by-case basis. There is no package that fits all, from large shopping centers to small businesses on streets. So the emergency allows us to make those changes quickly, to bring them back to you, to see if you concur with them. If you concur with them, we have a way and a method of getting the businesses up and running as quick as possible.
Okay, so let me ask then an example, and thank you for clarifying. If the county were to issue an order saying that we'll move to stage 2 rules and the businesses can start to open under those guidelines, would we have to wait until a city council meeting then for our city to be able to follow those new rules?
No, we can I can institute and make changes as quick as they make their changes and start businesses moving. I could wait for the council meeting, but that could be a week or 2 weeks down the road, and we lose that opportunity of moving out quickly. So
I would never recommend that. I just wanted to make sure that we won't lose any opportunity to move forward through any procedural delays on the city's part.
No, we've got our ideas pretty well in place. We think we know how we can meet with these businesses, how we can structure change and get them up and running as quick as we can.
Great. Thank you all for answering my questions, and that's all for now.
Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, for always, being responsive and very thorough on the information. I, too, was a little confused at first. I do appreciate Patrick Sullivan, our city attorney, for taking the time to meet with me and truly explaining every little bit and piece of this ordinance. And also the multiple layers of government and bureaucracy that's involved in this. I do have a huge concern. One of which is the ratifying period. So if we do extend this for any period of time, the city manager, as the policy is written currently, it allows the city manager to basically put out an order and to have the city council ratify that order within a reasonable amount of time. And of course, reasonable to me would be 7 days, but it could be 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Nobody knows. So I would like to clear up, maybe clean up that language and possibly reduce it down to 7 day period, which typically within 7 days we were able to put together a meeting, especially one of these virtual meetings. And I say that just mainly on the public orders, not much on the what do you call the other ones, the administrative orders. I would like to see that. I'm also yes, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was going to say, Councilman, we can do that. That would require, it's actually in our municipal code, so that would require a municipal code amendment. But I don't believe, I don't want to speak out of turn for Mr. Jackson, but both Mr. Jackson and I could promise to guarantee turning around any orders within a week to the next council meeting, whatever kind of language, if that's something the council is more comfortable with, until we amend that language. But I'll let Mr. Jackson speak for himself.
Yeah, I'd be happy to put it on your next council agenda after the order is issued as a directive from the council. And I'm very comfortable with carrying it forward. I wouldn't say the next council meeting because you have some skipped council meetings that may cause some difficulties. However, we could call an emergency council meeting if you so desire, or you have concerns with the order that's issued, and we can set that up within a short period of time.
Okay, that sounds good. Yeah, I think having a determined period of time is better than just calling it reasonable, because we can argue all day long what reasonable is. So I'd like to see 7 days. Those are my personal preferences. I also, this is not something that Torrance is doing. It's really just nationwide, possibly worldwide. I don't like calling any employee or business non-essential. I think every worker, every business out there, everybody serves a certain purpose. I think we're all essential, and I personally take offense to being considered non-essential. I think probably the most non-essential people are probably the people that are actually coming out with some of these terminologies and policies. I would consider them probably more non-essential. I do feel that 60 days, maybe that's normal. I'd like to see us possibly go with 30 days and then revisit if we need to extend this state of emergency. And also, I would like reassurance that we're not going to be just folding to whatever LA County tells us to do, because quite honestly, they could come in, the order, I guess the stay-at-home order expires 11:59 p.m. on May 14th, or May 15th. One of those, I think it's May 15th, 11:59. I would expect the next day that businesses can reopen. We can take precautions, social distancing, face covers, whatever we want. But I really do think that the minute that deadline comes along, and I'm calling it a deadline because I think people are fed up. I don't think what's going on is right. I think we're putting a lot of families at risk financially. And, health and life is precious, and I agree 100%. What about but people's livelihood will affect their life and lifestyle. I had a call earlier today from somebody that if they don't open within the next couple of weeks, they're probably looking at folding. And there's hundreds, maybe even thousands just in the South Bay that are in that same position. So I think every worker, every employee, every job out there, every small businesses out there, everybody's essential. We're all part of one big machine. We're all part of the economy. And just imagine all the people that depend on those people selling knickknacks, the things that may seem non-essential to many of us, and say, well, what are you going to do with a little porcelain doll, right? But the profit from that porcelain doll is being used to support a family of four. So, we don't want to create irreversible damage. I really do think that we need to take a stand against L.A. County. We need to take a stand against the state, that if they start playing around with the stay-at-home orders, we need to, in my opinion, we need to defy those orders in the near future if they decide to extend. And I'd be in perfect agreement with the public if they just went ahead and opened after the deadline. And enough is enough. The hospitals are not overflowing with corpse. This is a serious virus. I get it. But it's time for Torrance to get back to work. I can't speak for the county. I can't speak for the state. I can't speak for America. We do need to get back to work. Enough is enough. And quite honestly, I don't like the 4 steps, 3 steps, 6 steps. We open up with guidelines. I don't think any business should be left out of that equation. What I saw from what I was reading, some of the businesses like hair and nail salons are on stage 3 or stage 4, and my question would be why? Why are they're basically on the chopping block? A lot of these places were already struggling to begin with, and we're putting them on the chopping block because why? Because they can't keep 6 feet apart. Have you been to Costco? You think most people are 6 feet apart? I mean, people are walking by each other all day long, everywhere, even on the sidewalks. I mean, in front of my house, I got people walking, and they're not 6 feet apart. So I do think we need to take a stand against the bureaucracy and really just start opening up. And quite honestly, I would actually open up the businesses today. I know a lot of them already have because they can't afford. They're going to be homeless if they don't open up. And anyway, that's where I'm at. I want to hear from everybody else, but I'm kind of fed up. I'm actually in that same boat. I need to get back to work. My wife needs to get back to work. I don't have a pension, a fluffy pension coming in. I don't have other sources of income. And quite honestly, I think a lot of people are in my same boat. And I need to get back to work. We all need to get back to work and start being productive. We can take precautions. Hey, we can take precautions. And anyway, that's where I'm at. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Anybody else with experience? I see none. I would like to point out that social media is sometimes a real good thing, Facebook and Twitter and Nextdoor. But I really suggest that everybody would sign up for Torrance Alerts. That is a phase of or a type of social media where you get information real time and real facts as opposed to bad facts. And truly, if people were surprised about what happened, a lot of it came from a Nextdoor post that someone who should have known better put in the statement that the city was extending the quarantine. No way at all was that ever mentioned in the item. I don't know how you can read that in the item. I guess if you're looking for it in there, you could find it, but that was not in the item that was written. Thank you, Mr. Sullivan, for the amended item, the supplemental. I think that clarified it for those who couldn't understand it, but I thought it was very clear that, A, the city of Torrance never issued a stay-at-home order, and B, we were not extending that stay-at-home order. All right, thank you for your diligent work on that. I'm sorry that everybody had to answer a bunch of emails. I did as well. But they all precipitated, or at least the greatest percentage of them, came from that posting, which was just sent out viral. People were upset. I agree. I'm ready to go back. I'm ready to get back to work, as is everybody. I can't wait to open up our city one more time. But I also know how much it has cost us to actually do the work that's been done for the last 7 weeks, over and above what the city usually does. I also am well aware that the impact to our economy, to our city, our income streams have dried up entirely. And the federal government thus far has not given any relief at all to agencies smaller than 500,000 in population. My understanding is, from discussions with our congressional representatives as well as our senator representatives, is that this Friday there is supposed to be something happening in Washington, D.C., where they're going to be addressing that. I want to let you know that the U.S. Conference of Mayors has been adamantly advocating for that. That's a bipartisan organization. The National League of Cities is also a bipartisan organization, has been advocating for that as well. We have lost a lot of income, and it's very difficult, as everybody says, when you don't have your income to pay your bills. And unfortunately, we have to pay our bills. We cannot go bankrupt, as someone would say, and we actually have to balance our budget. And we're going to be doing that in the next several weeks, trying to balance a budget with a great deficit. The opportunity to get reimbursed for extraordinary things that we had to do as a result of the COVID-19 had nothing to do. The city of Torrance didn't bring that on. It just happened here. And frankly, our population, our business community have been fantastic. I understand everybody's antsy. I'm antsy. Business community's antsy. Everybody on the dais, everybody that works in the city would love to do nothing more than to turn the lights on and go back to business as usual. But that's definitely not going to happen. I don't see the federal government doing that. I don't see the state government doing that. I don't see the county government doing that. And we have to abide by all those laws. So if there's nobody else who wishes to be heard from the council, anybody in the call center?
Hi, Mayor. This is Katie. Yes, there are a few callers in the call center. May I begin patching them in?
Would you please?
Great. Megan Dowling, can you please begin speaking?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Hi, this is Megan Dowling. I would like to know why the closures are extremely inconsistent. For instance, I saw the tennis courts at Wilson Park closed today, and it's relatively recent because I walk there every day. And tennis is about the most socially distanced sport that I can think of, and yet it's cordoned off with police tape. Why is this? This is ridiculous.
Is that it?
Hello?
All right. Hello?
Mayor, I can address that if you wish.
Would you please?
We had the original order from the county involved all gyms and sport locations. We had to shut down our physical fitness centers, our youth play areas, and things like the golf and tennis areas. Again, we're not involved. They didn't sit down and talk to us about these guidelines. They just established them and set them out as county orders. As we begin to lift up, we may be able to adjust and take a look at those and see if there are ways we can flex that more going down the course.
Can I interrupt you? Because this is
Sure.
just a recent thing. And the so-called orders have been in effect for a month. And all of a sudden, the tennis courts are closed. Yet the walking path around Wilson Park is open, and nobody's socially distanced in the walking path. So why? I mean, the inconsistencies are atrocious. And not only that, I'm a vulnerable person, and I don't believe in this shutdown. I believe Torrance should exercise civil disobedience because you're a charter city. Do you have to adhere to these tyrannical orders from Gavin Newsom?
Is that her time up?
Yeah.
Mayor, she still has 37 seconds.
That's okay. I'm done.
She's done. Next caller, please.
No, wait. You're not going to answer?
Next caller, please.
Okay, Mayor, one moment, please. Arthur Shopper, you are unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Yes, this is Arthur Shopper here in the city of Torrance. I'm hearing a lot of comments about we have to. You should be informed. There was another federal court that upheld a challenge to a state order. I know that was in the state of Illinois, so it's not a final argument. Second of all, 4 counties have defied the governor already, and they've already begun opening up businesses. Individual cities need to start flexing their muscles as well. I think that this rhetoric about we just have to do what we're told is unacceptable. The so-called cure has become far worse than the disease. We have seen massive examples of how all the evidence that was presented to us from the federal government on down has been in error. We were told 2 million were going to die, then it went down to 1 million, then down to 100,000. And most of the sicknesses are occurring, sadly, in the nursing homes here in the city. It's time for the city to assert itself with its charter powers. I think it's time to defy the county, certainly. The governor is more lenient than the county. That's kind of shocking to me. Time to open up the beach. I think it's time to issue an order to the police officers or to send a general order to the businesses, open up. We're not going to harass you for seeking to restore your revenue streams. This is just ridiculous. I can't stress this enough. We've got a so-called cure that has become worse than the disease. The highest authority is the Constitution. It's not the governor. It's not the president. And constitutional emergency orders must be finally addressed. They have to address specifically, and they must be time limited. And that's not happening. And I think it's ridiculous that we find ourselves pulled in 2 directions between the governor and the county. The city should be taking the lead on this. They should issue a letter to the county to get their act together, especially at very least be following the governor's example. The devil in the details has become more devilish. The fact that there had to be a supplemental issued to clarify the remarks in the original item is very troublesome to me. I don't think that this should be approved just for that reason alone. I think it's time for the city to assert itself, allow the businesses to thrive. I agree with the councilman. Every worker is essential. The only ones that are not essential are these bureaucrats who don't absorb the accountability or the consequences of these very poorly thought out state and county orders. And I put my money where my mouth is. I was just going after the Board of Supervisors earlier today for this. They're already talking about opening up the beaches. So what are we waiting for? Open up the city, damn it. Enough's enough.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. I will move on to the next caller. Joe Martinez, can you please begin speaking?
Hi, this is Joe Martinez. What we need to do with the city, of course, just like the caller who just stated, is start to take a role on that. Because from what you stated is the state has control and the county can override the state to some extent. They stay close to whatever that case may be. They're starting to open up the beaches, which the sun and everything else has been said that, helps prevent. Social distancing does help to some extent, but the sun kills the virus, right? Heat doesn't allow it to stay on there. So to say that you can't walk outside or do these other things or to go out in the sun and the beach and to do those things, you should be able to do that. That's pretty simple. The city does need to take a role on that and try and take effect of saying we are the ones in control here not only for the city, but for the residents and for the businesses. The businesses are not going to survive. The small businesses, we're going to bleed them to death. They cannot afford to work on, 50% staff, 100% staff, and 50% coming in to watch them and to do whatever they need to do there. Restaurants can't operate on 50%. Hair salons can't operate on 50%. Nail salons cannot operate on 50%. Other businesses cannot. The shopping malls, the mall, Delamo Mall, that's going to, suffer. Everybody in there, the clothing stores are going to suffer. We need to figure out better ways to do this without having lines. Somebody mentioned parking earlier and saying how we can do this with parking. Cars aren't going to pass the coronavirus. People should park next to each other. That's no big deal. The biggest thing that we need to do is start to make actions within the city. The caller before us also stated to the fact that this is an older person's disease, and I don't mean that in no disrespect whatsoever, but there's only been one person outside of a nursing home, but I don't know what the specifications are, that have been stated that those that has passed away. The rest of them have not. So we're saying that all these numbers and the facts on there don't outweigh the balance of what we need to do as a society and a community to try and keep the business open for the city of Torrance. I'm done. You can go on to the next person. Thank you.
Thank you. Call Center.
Marcel, you are unmuted. Please begin speaking.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having me, and I appreciate the clarification you provided earlier, Mr. Sullivan and Mr. Jackson. My question is to 9A, the supplement. In the last paragraph of the supplement, it states, as directed by the Council, the city staff is reaching out to the office and the county health officer's office to express ideas and concerns on the next steps of these orders. My question is it possible for the city to share these concerns and the next steps so that we as a whole can take back and or be on the same page as a city when we contact the state and county respectively? It seems like we would want to collectively talk to the Board of Supervisors in the state rather than be in individual voice. I believe the group as a whole with the city, especially with the power of the council to have the ear of the Board of Supervisors, would do a lot better.
Mayor, this is Leroy Jackson. We have two responses to the county at this point in time. One was we were pushing the Ventura guidelines for businesses. We certainly can share those out as a directive and a direction that we sought with the county and continue to seek with them as a direction for them to approve. The other is that we've talked to them about some of these guidelines as to what are essential businesses and not, and tried to share with them ways that we think we can respond in those areas as well. We certainly could put those up and share with the community as well.
Thank you, much appreciated, Mr. Jackson. Much appreciated. I think along those lines, I think the city has done a great job, especially tackling this latest issue, jumping on social media. It'd just be helpful if you're asking us to contact the county and state, well, what are we contacting or what are the city's views on that? And I think it'd be greatly appreciated.
Thank you. I think I kind of agree with you on that. I would point out one great example was with our farmers market. We recognized that there was issues with the farmers market early on and had to close them down for the very first Saturday and the very first Tuesday after the emergency order. And by the next Saturday, we had a plan and a methodology that we presented to the county public health department, and they blessed it, and we opened up, and we've been running ever since. The city of Los Angeles had more than 30 farmers markets, and they had to close them. And guess where they looked for their guidance? Because our staff came up with a plan that does, in fact, work and did allow us to have our farmers market providing fresh fruits and vegetables to our community. So I really I have to give kudos to our staff every time, because it seems like with the knowledge, skills, and ability that they have, they will be the ones coming up with the plans for the other 88 or the other 87 cities in our county. Calling Center, do we have any more?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, we do. Bruce, can you please begin speaking?
And LA County approved it. So why can't businesses do that and get approved? Yeah.
Bruce, you are on the line. Can you please begin speaking?
Yes, hello. This whole thing for the past 8 weeks has been about 2 or 3 things in my mind. Social distancing, masks, sneeze into your elbow, don't touch your face, etc. That's the first thing. Mr. Fury just talked about the farmers market, and that's what they practice. Other businesses can practice the same thing. That's not a problem, okay? Another thing on my mind, the state said they had a $25 billion surplus a few months back. That was a lie, absolute lie. Good luck getting your money out of them, okay? Now, my last point. I agree with Arthur Shopper totally, and I agree with Mr. Matucci totally. There's a business in town that all of you have knowledge of. It's a gun store / art supply store. Why is this store, which is essential, deemed by you and the county, allowed to sell non-essential art supplies? I want an answer to that. I understand, guns being essential, especially nowadays. I have guns, and I'll never give them up. But why is this gun store allowed to sell non-essential art supplies? And all of you guys know this guy, and 3 of you guys socialize with him. So that's all I want to say, and hopefully I'll get some kind of an answer, because I emailed 3 of you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. I didn't see that email. There was no curses.
Mayor?
Is there anybody else?
Mayor?
Who is that?
Councilmember Goodrich.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I certainly understand these callers' frustration and anger, but I'm not quite sure that this is the appropriate agenda item as we discussed early on here. This is an emergency declaration, and the things that these callers are discussing are outside of the scope of our control.
I think I concur with that wholeheartedly. Is there anybody else in the call center that would like to speak to the emergency declaration?
Mayor, this is Katie. I have 3 more callers for item 9A.
Thank you.
Norma, you are unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hi, this is Norma. I just want to make a statement. We all need to wake up and recognize that the billionaire club is trying to destroy our country. We need to open up our country before it's too late. We need to stand up, rise up, and stop this insanity. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, I don't really believe that has anything to do with the council item. Calling center, is there somebody else?
Carlos Lorenzo, you are unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Hello. I am a taxpayer. I'm a businessman in the city of Torrance. We have a family, and I understand there is an emergency declaration, which, from hearing what was said earlier, I understand. Besides all the statements that have been made, as a business owner, being pretty much under the control of the government for the first time in my life, and all of us are, with the emergency declaration, I just wanted to ask, why are the marijuana dispensaries allowed to operate as an essential when other businesses have been shuttered and generations of restaurants and so forth are not allowed to open? I would
Mayor?
just like to ask that
Carlos,
question.
Carlos, if I could
part of the emergency declaration.
I recognize that, but it is not a city of Torrance issue. There are no dispensaries, medical and or recreational within the city of Torrance. That was a thing that was thought up by the state and the county of Los Angeles, but it really doesn't apply to the city of Torrance.
Okay, and thank you for answering that. I thought there was a dispensary. I know there's one in Gardena and Hawthorne and so forth. I thought we had one at the east end of Torrance. So
no, I think it's on the other side of Western Avenue, and that would be Los Angeles.
Oh, it's Los Angeles County. Okay, well, thank you for reiterating that. I appreciate it. And the last thing I just have to say is, with everybody, I think, speaking, I thank you guys. I do, and the lady also on the council for trying to help us out. I know the emergency declaration is in place, but if you could do anything to advocate Governor Gruesome to at least keep going the right path like he did this week of opening up more businesses, I would appreciate it, because obviously we all have families at stake in Torrance, and we would just like to go ahead and produce what we're supposed to produce, which is our livelihoods. But thank you for hearing me.
Mr. Lorenzo, you can take it from me that everybody up here has been advocating for you and for our city since this pandemic came to light, and we're trying to get back to normal.
Okay, and one last question. Is the mall, with the sporting goods and all that opening up with the emergency declaration that was spoken, is there any future for the mall? Is there any conversations? Because George Chen has told me there was going to be a meeting with the mall. There's been
several conversations with the owners of the mall, Simon and Company, and they have their plans and they know what they have to do. And I'm certain when the relaxation is done, they will be ready to rock and roll and open up the mall as soon as possible. They're frothing at the bit, but they know what they got to do, and they will do it because they're good business people. And and everybody will be able to go back over there and spend their money. Caller Senate?
Yes, Mayor, we have one more caller on the line at this time. Arnie Goldstein, can you please begin speaking?
Hi. I just want to thank Mayor, council members, staff for the professionalism you're exercising in this matter. I know that the citizens' the opinions are mixed on this, but I think we all watch the number of cases that keeps growing, the number of deaths, and that we have 34 of our family members, friends, neighbors that have passed, and we are just like saying it's like statistics, and it's not. It's real people with real families, and I do think we need to spend a little bit of time and mourn these people and realize that the only way we're gonna end this is by making sure we're not part of the problem. I just want to thank you all for that.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. I appreciate your thoughts, and truly, I know I can speak for my colleagues that we certainly do mourn with the families of everybody who has lost, and we certainly feel for all the people in the city of Torrance who have contracted that disease. And it hit home with us when our fire engineer contracted that disease, and he's now still in the ICU of a hospital fighting for his life. So as everybody is touched by COVID-19, I think we're all mindful of how deadly it is and how much work it's going to be to get back to normal, whatever the new normal is. But anything that is relaxed will certainly, I think, make everybody a little bit easier and a little bit more happy. Calling Center, is there anyone else?
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else on the calling center?
Hi, Mayor. No, there are no other callers on the line at this time.
Okay, so at this time I'll take a motion from the City Council, or entertain a motion for the City Council. Councilmember Goodrich, so moved. Hold on.
Sorry,
I'm
Mayor,
getting a message that we have something else.
Yes, one more caller coming in as we speak.
Okay.
Daddy, I'm here. Come on.
Andy, you are now unmuted. Your 3 minutes begins now.
All right. Hello. I see something totally different on the TV. Hello. Can they hear me? Hello.
Andy,
This is Andy.
Yes, Andy, we can hear you. Please continue to speak. Your time is running.
Hi guys. This is Andy. I'm sure you guys missed me very much. I wasn't gonna call in, but unfortunately, I thought I was the guy who doesn't speak correct English. With lots of callers called in on this item, and this item was about extending the local emergency. So all those people who talked about on this item missed the point. Hi everyone, I can see you, and I can see you guys missed me. And I would like to tell you that people don't understand that social distancing does very important thing, and it's not about who makes more money in the future or how fast they're going to make money. The point is that surviving this pandemic. Let me tell you, I'm monitoring the situation worldwide on the web, and I tell you, if Putin, Vladimir Putin, the biggest dictator on earth right now, locked down Russia, who supplies the oil supply and other major supplies to whole Europe and the whole world, and if Vladimir Putin closed down the economy in Russia, there is a serious situation. And you're doing the right thing with the distancing and everything. I just would like to some inside info. Where can I buy toilet papers and hand sanitizers? I'm in big trouble to keep my wife in clean condition because I went to the farmer's market and I couldn't buy toilet paper. Also, I couldn't buy hand sanitizer on the farmer's market. But besides, try to be joking here, you're doing a good job with the distancing, and I understand people are upset, but this item was about extending the local emergency. This item wasn't about to opening the stores. These items were about extending the local emergency. But we don't have to extend the local emergency. We just would follow Governor Newsom instructions because he's the one who controls our state and tells us what to do. But if Mr. Jackson thinks that we should extend this emergency, then we should extend it because Mr. Jackson knows he has 4 years.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his 3 minutes were up.
Thank you. Now there are no one left on the calling lines. Calling center?
I don't see any other callers at this time, Mayor.
Okay. Now I will entertain a motion. Councilmember Matucci.
Yes, I move that we extend the state of emergency for an additional 30 days and also define the ratifying period to a maximum of 7 days on public orders and leave it open to a reasonable period on the administrative orders. And also like to remind the public that this is not an extension of the stay-at-home order. This is just a mere state of emergency to be able to collect some of the expenditures of going through this from either the state or federal government. That's my motion.
Councilman Chen will second that. I will second that motion.
Before we vote on this motion, I see no reason at all to bring this back 30 days. We're going to do the same act in 30 days that we're doing today. We have so much other business to do in our community, so much additional hearings that I cannot support coming back in 30 days.
My reasoning, Mayor, behind that is
I heard your reasoning. I heard it when you spoke earlier. I get it, but
no. My reasoning is
we have important stuff to do, and we're going to get all the same input by somebody going on social media and blasting out some inappropriate or incorrect information. And we'll be back here again, hearing from members of the community who are incensed that they think we did something, and we're not doing something. If you don't trust Mr. Jackson, you don't trust Mr. Sullivan, you don't trust anybody else, then that's your problem as far as I'm concerned. But 60 days is the only way I will support this.
Your Honor, I was going to say that 60 days, it's easier to convince 4 council members to extend it than it is to shorten it, and I don't see a reason to go 60 days from May 14th. That's why. Okay. We can always come back, just a simple discussion to extend it, and there's really no reason to go 60 days. That's my motion anyway.
We have a motion and a second.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes, I do.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Nay.
Councilmember Griffiths?
No.
Councilmember Kalani?
No.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury? Mayor Fury?
No.
Your Honor, that motion fails.
Thank you. I'll take another motion.
I actually have a
Councilwoman
question.
Kalani?
May I ask a question, please?
Sure.
Is it possible to do the extension for 60 days but still leave in the ratification timing that Councilmember Matucci suggested?
This is Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney. That's fine. It's actually, that part of it is actually just council direction, and I can commit, and it seems to be if everyone's on board with that, to bring that back for council adoption. But if you'd like to make it as part of the motion, you can do that.
Is that your motion?
Yes, it is, please.
Do we have a second on that?
Councilmember Goodrich, second.
Again, we have a motion and a second. We have a roll call vote, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Mayor Fury? Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Takes us on to item 9B.
Your Honor, would you like the resolution title?
Oh, do I need a number and title on that one?
Yes, please.
May we please have that?
Yes, this is resolution number 2020-30, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, ratifying and extending the existence of a local emergency in the City of Torrance.
Councilmember Goodrich moves to adopt Resolution 2020-30.
Kalani, second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Chen? Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Okay, that brings us to item 9B from the city clerk to discuss and provide direction on city council vacancy, candidate participation. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Honor. In preparing for the council appointment next week, it became clear that our usual procedures would not work for that meeting. So it's the recommendation that City Council discuss and provide direction to the City Clerk and City staff on participation of council vacancy applicants for May 12th, 2020 City Council meeting. At the meeting of April 14th, the City Council directed the City Clerk to solicit applications for the at-large vacancy. 12 applicants have applied. All applicants are registered voters in the City of Torrance and are eligible for appointment. All applicants are going to be provided a complete City Council packet prior to the May 12th meeting so that they'll all be able to converse on the items on the agenda. Due to the county safer at home order, there's no way to socially distance this many applicants in the council chamber. Some options for you to consider are have the applicants pre-record an audio statement or video statement to be played during the meeting. However, this would not allow them to comment during the item. Have the applicants call into the public comment line during the appointment items so they could make a statement, or have applicants dispersed to various city offices or conference rooms on site to watch the council meeting during the appointment item. Once the appointment is made, staff can escort the candidate to the council offices to be set up to participate in the rest of the meeting. The candidate selected would need to be sworn in and then granted access to participate in the remainder of the meeting. And council could recess for 15 minutes so that the candidate would be able to get set up by staff. And as a reminder, due to the nature of this appointment, the official certificate of appointment will be prepared and presented at a later date. I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Yeah, this is the social distancing that we've now become accustomed to, but when we have to step out of our comfort zone, it becomes somewhat difficult. I've talked to a number of the candidates thus far and pointed out to them that we really don't have a methodology for this, but I've been thinking about it. Obviously, all 12 of those candidates do live within the city of Torrance, and they could phone in, because I would hope that we have had interview opportunities, although they're both basically telephonic interview opportunities with myself and my colleagues on the council. But if necessary, they could call in to add anything to the process. And then we also take public comment at the same time or thereafter before we actually go through the deliberation process. So, I don't think we're taking so long to do all these things. After we make our choice, and hopefully we will make a choice, they're probably going to be 15, 20 minutes away. This is Torrance, and there's not as much traffic as there used to be. They can come over and swear in and come up and join us, and we would just take a recess for that period of time where they're learning how to operate the Zoom, although I think everybody, including all of my grandchildren, can operate Zoom now. And in fact, even Mayor Fury is getting used to doing it as well. So I would think that would be, I hate to bring 12 people to hang around City Hall someplace, and they got to be separate rooms because of the gathering numbers. I'm going to go down in seniority because I think everybody will have an idea on this, and hopefully they'll work on that. Councilmember Goodrich?
Yes, Mayor, I concur. I'm in favor of option number 2, having applicants call on the public comment line.
Okay. Councilmember Griffith?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I do kind of like number 3. But a question in that regard is if they wanted to speak, how would that be accomplished in option 3?
Well, I think they would have to call in again.
Yes, we would have to stage them in a room with a phone so that they could call in.
Yeah, so we'd have to put 12 in separate rooms.
What about option 4, having any of the applicants that are interested park near City Hall in their car and call in and call from their car, and they'll be close by and ready in case they get appointed and can minimize our time. And how would that be any different than accommodating and making accommodations for them in the room, as long as we don't have to worry about setting up video conference and so on and so forth? I think everybody has a cell phone. Maybe there's one applicant that doesn't. And I think everybody could probably do something like that if they were interested. And obviously, if an applicant didn't want to come in, they don't have to. That's their call. But if they happen to get selected, then they won't be able to potentially be seated. I don't know that we want to wait 15 minutes for someone to drive around and then get situated in their office and get up their video conference set up and all that. I guarantee you it'll be a lot longer than 15 minutes based on our last swearing in. And so I think maybe we should consider a potential option 4 of just parking nearby in the City Civic Center Plaza and call in on your phone, and you certainly can listen to the thing. And maybe if there's a couple of people that would like to come into an office to participate that way, they can have that option as well. That's my thoughts.
Thank you. Councilmember Chen?
Thank you, Mayor. I was actually leaning toward option 3, but I need just a little bit of clarification. And I was thinking option 3, we could probably do it with maybe 3 or 4 offices, different locations in the city. In each of those 3 or 4 offices, the candidates could be spaced separately. And it might be good for the public as well that when their turn's up, they get to go in front of a laptop and Zoom so that the public can see them. It just seems to me, as we're introducing the candidates, it may be good for the public to see, and then they could have a dialogue in real time. I don't know if that's what I'm thinking as I interpreted option 3. But I'm flexible. That can't be done, but that's how I was thinking that is doable.
I don't know. Councilmember Matucci.
Got nothing. Thank you.
Councilwoman Kalani?
I feel that everybody lives close enough to City Hall, or as was previously mentioned, they could be parked close and call in, and we can have everything set up here and ready to go. So once they're sworn in, they can take their seat effectively.
Okay. Councilmember Chen, did you need some clarification from staff if that's possible? I mean, if it's not possible, then we can.
Yeah, it would be good if staff could, because I was just thinking we have the upstairs conference room here. We have the council conference room and the city manager's conference room.
The only thing is
only one lap. Yeah.
It's sort of like everybody sitting around waiting, and everybody else is, okay, you got to leave now. You lost. A little awkward there. I think bringing them in and putting them in a room, I think there's limitations on how many people can be in a gathering, and that's why we're doing this. So that limits that. But and it was suggested, I think, that perhaps when they come up, we get their photographs. I mean, at least that way the community could see them. So when we announce the people, as we did today with the students in government, that each one will put up a photograph, and then they'll have an opportunity to speak and add something, 2 or 3 minutes, the same as we do for orals. And then the problem is that after they get done, if they have to come here, then do that, each one would have to have a separate machine or be wiped down and everything. And then after they get done, then we have to take public comment. Now, there may be nobody that wants to comment on it, but I find that hard to believe. I could see we would have another hour of public comment on who, I think A is the best person, I think B is the best person, I think C is. So that's why I was thinking, let them be at home. They can watch it on television. They can call in and comment. We can put their photographs up. I'm speaking out of turn because I don't know if CIT can do that or City Cable, but I trust in them that they can get it up. And then whoever gets picked, if we do pick someone, then they will take a recess, and then they will come in, and as our two re-elected and our newly re-elected go down there and swear in, and then come upstairs and get that 10-minute tutorial on how to work Zoom. I guess we should mention that to them in our interviews, that you should probably practice doing Zoom. But everybody's doing it now, so it's not it's not something foreign. I think our first week that we did it was kind of scary, but now people are doing family reunions with it. They're doing high school reunions with it. We had one of our CPAC members do a concert for Easter using Zoom, and that, everybody's getting really skilled on that. So whatever the council likes.
Yes, Mayor, I think, and in reply to your suggestion, actually, I think your suggestion with the putting the pictures on there is brilliant, and it's probably more practical.
It wasn't mine; it was my wife's idea, so I'm not going to take credit for it. I have to get credit where credit's due.
Yeah, my point was just really, I think that it'll be helpful for the public just to put a face to the person, and I think a picture would do the job, and then wherever the person is on the phone, they could choose to be at home or in the car. That's their choice. That might be
true. I could give them a choice. Yeah. If they feel like parking outside, as long as they're available by phone, and if they feel really strong, they'll be driving on their way over here, talking on the phone, maybe. Anybody else?
Mayor?
Councilmember Griffith?
Yeah, I was just curious, would it be possible to do a combination of those things, but have maybe one room set aside for maybe 3 or 4 people that would just prefer to have that option, maybe like the West Annex meeting room, where we could, I would think, not without any difficulty, put a video up of the Zoom meeting and allow 3 or 4 of the applicants to at least watch it from there in case they want to be close, but they can't watch it in their car, or they don't have the computer or phone technology to be able to do it, to give them that option to be in our office and close by. But the others can take that option of saying, well, I'll just watch it from home, and if I get appointed, I'll Zoom in and no pun intended, and join the meeting.
Yeah. Mr. Jackson, question for staff: is that doable?
Yes, Your Honor, we could work it out. We'd have to structure where they were at, but we certainly could respond to that too.
Okay. So, City Clerk, did we answer your idea?
Yes, Your Honor. My only concern with allowing some to be in a room is I wouldn't want any perception of any type of favoritism if, sometimes public perception is different than what the reality is. I kind of like Mr. Councilmember Griffith's idea of having them out in their car, but I understand that might be hard for some of them. But we will do whatever your direction is.
Yeah, I will share with my council colleagues that a number of years ago when Jean Drevno was appointed to replace Mayor Scotto when he was elected mayor, after she was sworn in and took the dais, her nameplate was up there with her name on it. And a number of people thought or perceived that to be that it had been a done deal in advance. And there was 8 or 10 people who had applied for that position. But what they didn't know was they had printed out, and it was just a printed copy of it, of every person who applied, so that when they took the dais, they would feel comfortable. And that's just the way our city staff does things. So, but perception is sometimes reality. So, I think Mr. Griffith had the hand up first, then Mr. Goodrich.
Just real quick, in reference to the comment by the city clerk, the public wouldn't know where the applicants are because I don't think we're going to be allowing them to participate via video conference. They would only be able to have the access to call in to make a statement or answer a question if we had something like that. But we won't announce to the public where they are, so I don't know that there would be any concern for perception of any favoritism because I don't think anybody would know, and I don't think it really matters. It's just a comment.
Okay. I think Councilmember Goodrich.
Well, I'm just wondering if we opened up a room for 3 or 4 people, would 3 or 4 people even want to be in the same room as each other? Second of all, how do we go about choosing those 3 or 4 people if there's more than 3 or 4 people that want to be in that room? I just think it complicates things. I think having them in their car outside is absolutely fine. They can be anywhere. That's one of the beauties of this remote thing. I don't see much difference between having them in a car 100 feet away and having them in a room in the building.
Okay. Councilwoman Kalani.
Well, I think the challenge with having them out in the car is they won't be able to be seeing what's happening. That's why I had recommended that they be at home. And I really don't think that anywhere is more than 10 minutes away at 8 o'clock p.m. during our current situation. So if we take a recess and give them time to get over here, and if we have everything set up, I think they'd be good to go pretty quick.
Okay, I see the wisdom of that. That's for darn sure. We have a motion? We need a motion. Actually, I guess I first have to go to, is there somebody from the call center?
Hi, Mayor. This is
to speak on 9B.
Yes, Mayor. We do have, it looks like one caller at this time.
Okay. Patch them through, please.
Yeah. Andy, you are unmuted. Please begin speaking.
Hello, this is Andy again. I'm sure you are very disappointed. I did not put in an application for this position, but I'm waiting for the mayoral election, and that's where I'm going to run for mayor. And I'm disappointed, though, the people of Torrance cannot vote for the candidate, and I don't know why was voted down at the first place, the mail-in election. We could have voted in mail. The city of Torrance could have been voting by mail, every people. It wouldn't be so difficult as you, and especially Mr. Goodrich, recommended. Mr. Goodrich had a motion to come with these things, and we are the people don't even know who are the candidates are. But the most important thing is, don't make that mistake, but Mr. Mayor made, try to appoint his body. His name is Jeff Rizzo, and he couldn't do it because it was illegal. So don't make this mistake again. At least try to round up people who can be council members. And that was a joke, and you put it on the agenda on the computer to everybody see that Rizzo going to be elected, and oops, it cannot be done because it would have been illegal. I know he was the mayor's friend, but he should know better. He has a juris of doctor of juris degree. A mayor should be more educated who he tries to appoint to positions. And I hope this election, your appointment, gonna be better than the mayor's election or selection for Mr. Rizzo. And that's a good advice also for the candidate. Don't include in your statement you are still living in your mama's house. He was a mama's boy. He lived in mama's house, and people forgot to vote for him. Anyway, good luck with this election. The problem is not how you're going to do it. The problem is not the citizens going to do it. It could have been a mail-in vote, but no, you did not pick that choice. Thank you very much. I like to watch this meeting on TV because you are very entertaining, especially the mayor chewing and drinking out of bottle constantly.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because time was up. I have another caller on the line, please.
Look forward to it.
Mr. Marshall, you are unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. I just wanted to call in and suggest something. I have no problem with coming down to City Hall, and I can sit in my car, and on my cell phone I can get Zoom, and so I can view the meeting, but I would need some sort of an invitation to do that. I don't know if it would be appropriate for the city clerk or something to conduct a test Zoom of candidates who could do that, but I think that way there wouldn't have to be laptops put out for us and so forth. We could just all do it on our phones. I think, as you mentioned, most of us have a cell phone, and maybe the candidate who doesn't have one could be accommodated at City Hall. That's just my suggestion, and I look forward to what you folks will be doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Anybody else on the call center?
Hi, Mayor. No, I don't see anyone else on the line at this time.
Okay. Councilmember Goodrich.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I think the KISS principle applies here. Keep it simple. And I think Councilmember Kalani had some wise words. In times like these with no traffic, everybody is within 10 miles from here. So let's keep it simple. I'm going to move to approve the recommendation of the city clerk and provide direction to choose option number 2 here with the call-in.
And we're going to include the photographs as well.
Photographs work?
That's important. Yeah. We got a second? Councilmember Chen?
I will second that motion.
Thank you.
Roll call
vote. Oh, wait, Councilmember Griffiths wants to be heard. We can't hear you.
I apologize. Does that include having the appointee that's selected to swear in and be seated immediately? It doesn't say that in option 2 on our agenda.
Yeah, they have to.
Should we amend that motion?
Yes.
Yes, we should.
Friendly amendment accepted.
Second.
Accepted as well.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes, as amended.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carries unanimously with the amendment.
Okay. Now you have your work cut out for you for next week, as we do as well. That takes us to item 9C, from the city manager to establish a business assistance program in response to the COVID-19 public health emergency and appropriate funds. From the city manager's office.
Yes, hi, good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Can you hear me okay?
Hi, Fran. Yes.
Hi there. Thank you. Yes, I'm Fran Fulton, the Economic Development Manager here. Item 9C is a request for council to approve the establishment of a business assistance program in response to the COVID-19 public health emergency and to appropriate the funds, $500,000, for the program from the Economic Development Reserve. There is a supplemental to this item which provides an answer to Councilman Matucci's question about transient occupancy tax, or TOT. TOT is paid by a hotel guest, selected by the hotel operator, and paid based on occupancy, not projections. The item before you tonight is seeking your authorization of the development of a plan that will have three elements. One is the deferral of fees, such as transient occupancy tax, water service fees for commercial operations, and fire department inspection fees for small businesses. Two is the subsidy of certain fees, such as building permit expediting, conditional use permit modifications, and city-owned parking agreements. And number three is the possibility to grant up to $10,000 to qualified businesses that are most in need and may not have been successful in securing other funding assistance available. In addition to financial business assistance, the city team has put together general guidelines to advise our business community on reopening. These guidelines are based on CDC recommendations as well as those from the governor's office. As has been discussed earlier in the meeting, we are still waiting on updated directives from Los Angeles County, but we are hoping that the May 15th date is still a good target for some businesses that have been categorized as non-essential, and I too find this term offensive, to be able to reopen. We will continue to monitor changing information for business and promote that information out to the community via our website, social media, e-blasts, and via partners such as the Chamber of Commerce, the Small Business Development Center, and in partnership with other elected officials and agencies. The Office of Economic Development is and will be available to take questions and to provide information via email at economicdevelopment@torranceca.gov or via phone at 310-618-5807. And with that, I stand by now to answer any questions that you may have tonight. And thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fulton. Do we have any questions from the council? I need the screen where I can see everybody. There you go. Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for, I guess, either a city attorney or finance or the city manager. Are we able to take, hypothetically, take this $500,000 as one of the options, as reimburse 2 months of the business license fees to those that apply for it, or something maybe with a simple email, or or a simple form that's online that can be set up to where they request 2 months of the yearly business license reimbursed just because they were shut down, they couldn't do business. I thought maybe that could be a small gesture. $500,000, in my opinion, is not much money to help. I mean, if you were to give it to just a few businesses, it could be great help. But considering that we have, 11,000 businesses within the city and almost, 13,000 business licenses in Torrance, I think $500,000 is not going to get us very far. I am definitely in agree with the staff recommendation on the fee deferrals, because that doesn't cost the taxpayers anything, but it gives some extra cash to certain businesses to be able to get moving forward. So those three recommendations, the fee deferrals shows three different recommendations, which includes the deferral of the transient occupancy tax, the deferral of fire department inspections, and also water service. And I think those three recommendations are great, again, because they don't really cost the city in the long run. We may just hold out to that whole $500,000. Also, as far as the legality or the logistics of returning 2 months, as an idea, returning 2 months to the businesses that requested. I guess my question would be, will $500,000, let's say everybody that's been shut down, will the $500,000 fill that need? If hypothetically, if everybody requested return, because I believe we collect around $10 million a year. And
yes, Councilman, this is Leroy Jackson. A reminder, our business license is based on the number of employees. So large employers would take a very large amount of the money, and small employee businesses would have very small return on that. If you were going to go that route, I would imagine you'd want to set a cap on how much they could receive in that licensing. A large employer would not necessarily be in the same situation of needing that money as the small businesses. We were aiming mainly at the small businesses within the community. We certainly could explore that as an option, though. I think it's something you'd put off for us to come back again one more week down to make sure the funds could cover the program as you suggested it.
Yeah, I think it's a good gauge, in my opinion, just because 2 months you haven't been able to work. Those are some of the fees that we control, which is the business licensing fees. Giving out grants and running out of money, I think it's going to leave a lot of bad taste in a lot of people's mouths. The ones that are more savvy with applications and quick, their fingertips, are the ones that are going to get, the preferential positioning. And so I think if we take an approach that's based on size with a cap, that'd be great, whether it's $500 cap or $300 cap or $200 cap, doesn't matter. I think just having some kind of structure to where everybody will have access equally based on size. I think that's a fair approach, in my opinion. I don't, like I said, the grants and the loans, I think the amount of, not only paperwork, but also management of those loans and trying to follow up. So I think just too much staff time is going to be absorbed into micromanaging that. And so that's where I'm at. And I'd like to hear what everyone else has to say. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you. First of all, I appreciate the opportunity to support businesses within our city. My thought was actually in alignment with the microloans or grants, but having some caveats that in order to apply, the business must have exhausted all of its efforts on options that are already in place. So then, because they haven't been able to access these opportunities available right now, we have a real chance of saving a small business that might otherwise have to close its doors. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Goodrich.
Thank you, Mayor. I think staff came up with a good plan here, and I'd be in support of all these recommendations. The $500,000, it's a loan, so I don't know that we'd have 100% repayment rates, but I think a good portion of that would certainly be recovered. And Torrance really prides itself. We have a long tradition of priding ourselves on being a business-friendly city. I don't think that would hold true if we supported our business in the good times, but then not in the bad times. It's almost like a marriage, through thick and thin here. So we're in this all together. I think prioritizing those loans maybe to the businesses that weren't able to tap into the PPP funds, the Paycheck Protection Program funds, would be a wise idea. Because obviously they're the ones that need it and going to be hurting the most. I do have one question for staff of community development here. See this one of the options under the business reopening measures. I was talking with one of the landlords in Old Torrance and said, if Old Torrance wants to come out of this okay without too many businesses shutting down, we got to adapt. And one of those ideas was to allow live work so that the store owners or renters that operate storefronts would also be able to live behind those units or live above those units And I was wondering from community development if that's something that you guys would be able to explore as part of this administrative procedures.
Councilman Danny Santana, Community Development Department. Staff can certainly explore that as one of the measures as directed by council. In addition to looking at what uses are appropriate or what uses should be revisited for downtown and other segments of the city, we could also provide options for the council to consider in terms of what level of review is appropriate, as well as which parking or development standards should be revisited under these current conditions. We're available for any questions.
Okay. I think that would also have an effect of a positive feedback loop. Not only would those individuals be saving some money by doing that live-work thing, but also you've got a few more people in downtown supporting the businesses down there, and that foot traffic is sorely needed. So that would be my recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? Seeing none, Councilmember Griffith.
Thank you, Mayor. Mute there. Hang on one second. Okay. Yeah, I'm fully in support of the fee deferrals, and the fee subsidies. I'm okay with, although some of those are going to only affect a very small portion of businesses in our city, and some of them could just be our larger businesses that are doing development work and things like that, or happen to be located in some of these parking districts that are described. But if that's something that the Economic Development Department thinks is going to be beneficial to the businesses in the city, I certainly would support it, especially since the fact that they're really, especially in the case of deferrals, doesn't cost the city any money. Ultimately, it's just helping the business cash flow. And I'm just trying to come up with an idea that will help more businesses with their cash flow issues, and I'm, as I think has been also said before and also said last meeting, I'm really concerned about these grants and microloans being a bureaucratic nightmare, and maybe staff can enlighten me a little bit more on how city staff will not have to micromanage that and just get a litany of red tape and bureaucracy involved by our city staff. If anyone could touch on that, I'd sure appreciate it.
Thank you. Rand or Leroy?
Yeah, we would have an application in place, and we could process those based on the criteria. So, yeah, I think there would be some administration to it, but we have had experience doing grant loans in the past. So we could look at it that way and put our tracking and reporting mechanism in place. So I don't think it would be overly burdensome.
How many grant loans have the city done typically in a year in the past?
Well, a much smaller amount because we've done them for a larger dollar amount. So probably maybe 5 or 6 at the most in a year for a larger amount.
I'm still struggling with that loan process, and maybe you could explain a little bit more about how the Small Business Development Center would take some of that burden from the city?
Yeah, they have experience working with small businesses that are applying for SBA loans. So they have it down as far as looking at credit worthiness. They would look at federal numbers. We could also ask what other funding the business may have applied for before, how big they are, what type of business they are. So we would work in partnership with the SBDC to kind of craft what that application would look like, and they do that every day. In fact, today I referred 2 people to them to help them with accessing the PPP and EIDL loans too. So I would have confidence in them helping us with this process.
But they wouldn't be managing the approvals and follow-ups and all of that. They would kind of just help set the process in place. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah, they would put the process in place and we would approve it, but we could also work with them on the tracking and the reporting. And then they would be basically a client, the business would be a client of the SBDC that could provide them technical assistance as they bring their business back online.
And would that cost the city money for them to do that service?
No. It would be free of charge for us and for the business. The SBDC gets their funding through the Small Business Administration. And
do they have the staff?
Yeah, and they're also their accomplishments are based on their number of clients. So this would be a benefit to them and to their program.
Is that it?
All right, yeah, that's fine for now.
Ms. Fulton?
Yes.
I know the city of El Monte and I believe just the other day the county of Los Angeles has indicated they're doing a very similar program, even using the same dollar amount. I'm certain that rather than reinventing the wheel again, we should be seeing how they're managing it as well. And it's probably through the SBEC because that is usually the vehicle to do something like this. And we can even tailor it to a small business that was closed during this period of time, as opposed to one that was an essential business that got some liquidity out of the COVID-19. There's an awful lot of businesses that were actually closed down. So, and then small businesses, whatever the number is, whether it's up to 20 employees or up to 40 employees, whatever the council wishes to tag it with. Councilmember Chen, you had a question or a comment?
Thank you, Mayor. Looking through this, I think the easy one is the fee deferral. So the area where I'm having a little hard time is the third section. Maybe on page 3, the third section says grant/loans. To me, in my head, a grant is giving the money, no payback, and loans is loans alone. So, and then on page 3, that probably goes to Fran, the second paragraph, it says the SBDC is primarily funded by the Federal Small Business Administration. That was probably the same question I asked last week. When it says primarily funded, that leads me to think there's another part that's funded elsewhere, and that was my concern because I like to help all the small business here, and if we do grants, then it's very difficult to be equitable for all those who want it. And I'm going to just assume, it was mentioned, make sure all the businesses have exhausted all of their means. By default, I'm going to assume that anyone who comes to it would say, yeah, I've exhausted all of my means. So that was my concern. The 500K, there's very little left if after the fee subsidies. I don't know how much is left in our balance to even do a loan. If the SBDCs are already available, we could just do what I think Fran is already doing, referring them to SBDC. I'm not with the first two categories with deferred deferrals and fee subsidies. If that takes care of the roughly 500K, I feel a little bit more comfortable with that. And then the other parts, we could refer them to SBDC. That's just my thoughts. We're going to go through a whole budget crisis workshop the next few months. I thought easier for us to handle the first two sections as opposed to the grant and loan, in my opinion here.
Anybody else? Seeing none. Do we have any callers in the call center?
Hi, Mayor. Yes, I see one caller on the line. Andy, you are now unmuted. Your time begins now.
Hello, everyone. This is Andy again. I like this idea, the Torrance Business Assistance Program. I just don't know who is that going to help. As Council Member Kalani told or get to the conclusion last time, we have 14,000 businesses in Torrance, and then you show here $500,000. This is like give a homeless people $100 and tell them to go buy a house. Unfortunately, and I feel for all these people who are suffering, and lots of people going to go out of business, unfortunately, and I wish better for them. But you cannot do nothing for 14,000 businesses with $500,000. Microloan, this or that, whatever you talked about, the best thing would be more business friendly and invite more businesses and restore the business procedures, open up more businesses in Torrance, let the people make their own money. Don't get in the way, let them do business. I don't know why they can't buy dope. I talked about it before. People voted for dispensaries, and the mayor just said, we don't even have a dispensary. That's going to be the biggest business. Then they can open up. But let's not talk about drugs. The problem is that $500,000 is like a spit in the ocean. It's nothing. Or like putting out a fire with a bucket of water. Unfortunately, $500,000 and waiving the fees for fire expansions and this and that. Unfortunately, this is very, very minimal. Let the people open up, let the people do business, and let the people dig themselves out of this hole. That's the best you can do. Open up as soon as possible and let the people do their own thing. Let the people be in charge their own destiny. Without your microloans and without your $500,000 divided up to 14,000. It's like $36 for each businesses. What is that gonna have? I'm just lucky. I'm unemployed the past 20 years and I live happily on nothing. Because if I would have to do business in Torrance, I would throw in a towel before I rent a place to operate. So good luck with your $500,000 hat. Keep the money in one piece and do something meaningful with it. Don't divide it up for $35 a person or a business. But
Mayor, that call was disconnected because his time was up. I have another caller on the line.
Okay. Next caller.
Mr. Epperly. David Epperly, your time begins now, please.
Hi, thank you so much. Hi, everybody. Thanks again for reading my email from a couple of weeks ago. Hey, with this, I think that you're probably best off as not trying to divvy this up into a bunch of small pieces, and I think it's rife for it being misused and the wrong people applying. And I think it's probably best to keep this within the city of Torrance, and then perhaps, because I guess a question for you guys is, if somebody defaults on the loan, what's the process? So I think that's a challenging process. It becomes a grant, and how do you decide whether it's a loan or a grant when it's intended as a loan, and then it kind of ends up as a grant? So perhaps you might be able to do something where you can work with banks to help businesses get bank loans, and perhaps I don't know exactly how you could use that money to maybe co-sign on a loan or something like that, but and maybe work out something with a bank where it's where part of the funds come from you and part of the funds come from the bank, maybe an 80-20 thing where the bank, if it's defaulted, then the bank has to bear 80% of it, and they get at least a little bit of benefit from the city of Torrance in terms of trying to help make a loan that was a high-risk loan. Anyway, those are some thoughts for you guys. And again, the administrative issues disappear as soon as a bank gets involved, and you're just dealing kind of with a lump agreement with a bank or a couple of banks or something, and then letting people work directly with a bank and it being administered by a bank. So those are some thoughts for you guys. If you have any comments, I'd love to hear them.
No comments.
Questions? Okay, great. Thanks, guys.
Mayor, I have one more caller on the line. Torrance,
Okay.
you are now unmuted. Please begin speaking.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. Torrance Deedle here. As a grant writer, I can attest that what Councilman George Chen is saying, the $500,000 is a drop in the bucket for 14,300 businesses, some of which are suffering, as we've all heard tonight. I think we need to rethink this, be creative. I don't know how everything was affected after 9/11, but let's think back to previous that issue and how we kind of rolled out of that. But a grant is not a payback. It's a gimme. The loan idea is a much better idea, and I just wanted to leave that as a comment. All right. Thank you very much. Good luck with decisions. Bye-bye.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mayor, I don't see anyone else on the call at this time for this item. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you. Does the council wish to take action? They want to show that they like their small businesses and want to help them out, or do you just want to, just do away with the opportunity to provide the possibility? It's all up to you. Councilmember Chen.
Mayor, I'm willing to go out and take an action for fee deferral and fee subsidies, and come up with some sizes of the business with a cap. At this moment, the third section that says grant and loans, I'm kind of hesitant on that unless we would come back something more refined, I guess, and less risk. That's where I'm at right now.
Does anybody who wish to make a motion, or is that your motion, George, and then we can come back?
I was going to, but I saw a hand by Councilman Matucci. I thought he was going to make a comment, so I was going to just hear him out in case. And I got to see another hand, so I'll hold back and let them speak.
Councilmember Griffith.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm fully in support of moving ahead with the deferrals, fee deferrals. 100% can support that. The fee subsidies, I can get behind that with some restrictions. I think we'd need to put a dollar cap on that, maybe $250,000 of subsidies, restricted to, as it says at the end of that section on page 2, limited to businesses with under 50 employees, businesses with no open police, fire, or code enforcement violations, and those that are owned by independent entrepreneurs rather than national regional operators. So under those conditions, I could support the first two, and I agree. I'm just, with the limited descriptions of how that grant and loan process would be handled and the bureaucracy and decision-making involved, I'm very worried that that's going to be a monstrous can of worms. As much as I would like to provide money for our businesses, I just need to know better, and I think we could maybe bring that back when it's further refined. But in order to make something happen right away, I would support the first two with the restrictions I described.
See nobody else with their hands up. Is that a motion, Michael?
I would be happy to make that as a motion. Do I need to repeat it?
And I would be happy to second that.
See, you don't have to repeat it.
All right.
Councilmember Matucci.
Really have a question.
Yeah, if Councilman Griffith would be willing to add, at least to explore reimbursing small businesses up to, let's say, $250 of their business license fees for a period of 2 months that they've already prepaid.
I'm a little worried about the bureaucracy of doing that as well, and the small impact that it would have to the businesses. But I'm open to hearing other council members' thoughts on that. So I'm reluctant to add that.
Council, this is Fran. The city attorney and city manager might direct me on whether I can go this direction given the item that we have before you. But my thought is, since you're comfortable with the first two elements, if we can go down that road, and then if we have funds left over from the fee subsidies, perhaps come back to you and ask that we've had interest expressed from businesses that meet this criteria, and get your approval at that point to go forward with the grant loan process. But still appropriate.
I was fine with deferring any decisions on grants and loans to a future time when more information can be gotten. But I don't have an answer on Councilman Matucci's comment. Maybe staff can clarify how much work would be required to determine the amount of subsidy or refund for business licenses for the businesses that he wants to define.
Councilman,
would that be an easy thing to do?
If we're deferring the items for the grant, we can include that as part of our analysis and return to you with that as an option for your consideration, both the micro grant and the reimbursement, and let you look at what that works out as that.
Yeah,
I'd be happy with that. I just don't want to keep pushing this around and not doing anything. I feel like we can get 1 and 2 done, and discuss any further options at a future agenda item.
I think you can do that by taking action on the first two, deferring the third, and telling us to come back at a later date with more material and information for you, and include the discussions that we heard tonight.
I would be fine to agree with that as part of the overall motion.
Okay, so we have a motion, and the seconder, you agree as well, Mr. Chen?
I would second that modified motion.
Okay.
And that would include the appropriation at this point in time, so we have a fund to work with.
Yeah. Appropriation. Includes the Councilmember Griffith. That includes the appropriation as well.
Of the 500,000, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. I'm sorry. That obviously needs to happen, and that's a not to exceed figure, and we'll be able to pull from that in many different ways, and even add additional things via additional items in the future.
Hopefully.
Right.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, we'll take a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye, with the comment that I wish we were doing more like I had previously stated.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Okay. We don't need a resolution. We're good there. I'll take it down. There's hearings. There's none scheduled. Agency agendas. There's none scheduled. Second reading of ordinance. There's none scheduled. Item 13 is oral communication. I want to check with the call center. Do we have a number of callers?
Hi, Mayor. This is Katie. I see one caller at this time.
Okay. So at this time, we'll move on to item 13, oral communications. For any member of the public that wish to speak on items not on the agenda, please call the number on your screen, 310-618-2404. Staff is standing by in the call center. Oral communications is limited to a 30-minute period of time. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to speak, and then the system will automatically disconnect the call. Government Code Section 54954.3B1 allows the City Council to limit the total amount of time on each agenda item and for each individual speaker. This one is 30 minutes, and that's it.
Are you ready for the first caller, Mayor?
Yes, I am.
Norma, please begin speaking.
Hi, this is Norma. I have a question. Has 5G been turned on in Torrance? No answer. Okay. Can we find out where the towers and the small cells are located in Torrance for 5G?
Mayor, this is Leroy Jackson. The caller could contact the Community Development Department. They can show you where the towers are. I don't believe we have an indication or understanding where 5G has been turned on or not.
Okay, and who am I speaking with?
Community Development Department of the City of Torrance. You can call our office, 310-58, 618-5880. I'm sorry. I'm looking at you can call our office. We'll route you to the right place.
Tell me the number. 618?
5880.
Okay, I can call there and I can find out that. Okay, and I wanted to ask one more question. Has there been any effort to find out if there's a correlation between the people that are dying from the oxygen deprivation, and are they located near one of these towers and 5G small cells? Because there's plenty of evidence to show that RF EMF causes cell damage, which doesn't allow the body to get the proper oxygen. Is there any effort to look at these deaths to see if there's a correlation?
I'm not aware of it personally. Mr. Jackson, do you know if the Department of Public Health is doing that?
No, we've been preempted in this area by the federal government. We can give her the contacts that are available with the federal government who've done these studies and have made their decisions as to the placement of the towers.
And she can get that information from community development as well, right?
Correct.
Okay, yes, because many people have been diagnosed with COVID death even though they haven't been tested. CDC has allowed that. And so we really don't know what they're dying from because they can have the same flu-like symptoms. And the hypoxia, which is causing the death, we thought it was pneumonia. It's not pneumonia. So we really need to find out what are these people dying from.
Okay. Well, thank you for sharing that.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Call center?
Yes. Henna, you are now unmuted. Please begin speaking.
Hello, council member. I have a problem with homeless in Torrance area, especially by the Columbia Park. I don't feel going to the park anymore because of the homeless mobile park home park outside the park entrance. They are smoking and drinking outside their car. They are taking shower. They are urinating, and there is a bad odor. Being a woman, I don't feel comfortable going to the park. Why city is not taking any action against this problem? Why there are parks when the community kids, women can't even enjoy walking there without going to nasty odor of urination? I'm requesting you guys to please take some steps to resolve safety issue.
Thank you, ma'am. Staff want to reply?
Yes. Hello?
Mayor, we know of some in our parks. We've continued to work on it. We're constrained, again, by what we can and can't do, but we are certainly taking actions to avoid problems that are created by individuals within the park who are not following rules and regulations. If she could contact, again, our office, 618-5880, we can have her talk to our people who are involved in this program.
Thank you, ma'am. Did you get that?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for calling.
Sheila, you are unmuted. Can you please begin speaking?
So first, I want to point out the fact that emails have been sent in as public comment, and you are refusing to read them. You're not even acknowledging that they exist. If you're going to have that as a means of communication, then they should be read or at least acknowledged and what the topic is. several people have sent in public comments regarding Christopher DeAndre Mitchell and support and solidarity, standing in solidarity with his family. That needs to be put in the record, and that should be addressed. Over 50 people have been emailing most weeks. This week, there were 13 emails that were all sent in regards to that. That should be acknowledged. The other thing is that Mother's Day is coming up, and Sister Sherilyn, Christopher's mom, has to go through yet another Mother's Day, a Mother's Day in quarantine without her child. The fact that you refuse to do anything to bring justice in his name, which all she's asking for is two simple things right now. Create a civilian oversight commission of the murderous police department who have murdered numerous people, one just earlier this year. Create a civilian oversight commission of the police department, because the city council, like you guys are supposed to be the oversight body for the police department, aren't doing anything. You're giving people who have killed people awards, and you're giving them raises as opposed to holding them accountable. This is why we're calling on you to create a civilian oversight commission. You refuse to do it. She's asking that you fire the two officers who killed her son. It is the least you can do. This woman has lost her only child. She will never have a grandchild. She doesn't get to celebrate another Mother's Day with her child. How do you think any of your wives would feel? How do you think, Kalani, how do you think that you would feel? I don't know if you have children, but would you want to sit in quarantine and celebrate Mother's Day and not be able to celebrate it with your child and not have any justice in their name? It is exactly what you should be doing, is do something. You're going to sit there and say something like Mother's Day is coming up and this woman has to grieve during this time when she should be able to celebrate what she has done and being a mother, and she can't do that. She doesn't get to see her child again. Do something. Create a civilian oversight commission and fire Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concanon.
Mayor, this is Patrick Sullivan. I don't know if the speaker is done.
She disconnected.
I don't know either.
Okay. I just want to address one point that she made. The City Council did receive the emails that were sent in under oral communications, and that was announced at the beginning of the meeting by the city manager of the items that were given to the City Council that had come in as either supplementals or additional materials, and those all that were received by 4 p.m. were delivered as supplemental materials to the City Council, and then any additional emails that come in during the meeting will be made part of the public record as well.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. Are you ready for the next call?
Always.
Stephanie, you are unmuted. Please begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Stephanie, and I'm also calling in to talk about the death of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell and the way that you have not responded to it. We hear a lot of people talking about their frustrations with the way Torrance is dealing with the pandemic and wanting things to open up faster, and we see a disregard for life. What we see is a disregard for life. Well, I care about an individual life. One person dying is too many. One person dying at the hands of the state is far too many. And that's exactly what happened to Christopher Mitchell. He was murdered by Torrance police a year and a half ago. Nothing has been done. The officers who murdered him are still working, are still being paid by the city. Matthew Concanon and Anthony Chavez have not been called to account for their actions. There's no oversight. We desperately need a civilian oversight committee in Torrance. There seems to be zero oversight of how the police handle actions. We know how the police responds to people that they disagree with, basically. We know how they respond to people who raise their voices. We know how they respond to people who merely express themselves. And we know what they did to Christopher. And we will continue, pandemic or no pandemic, to to call upon you guys to recognize the value of life in general and life in specific, the life of Christopher Mitchell. We demand an oversight committee. We demand that you fire the officers. We demand that you take some kind of action on this. You have the time. You have the information. You have everything you need, except maybe the courage or the moral fiber. I don't know what it is that's lacking. See you next week.
Stephanie, are you still on the line?
Yeah.
I think.
You have the information. You have everything you need, except maybe the courage or the moral fiber. I don't know what it is that's lacking. See you next week.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her 3 minutes was up. Moving on to the next caller, Jim Wood, can you please begin speaking?
Thank you for taking the time to hear me. I know it's been a long night. My wife and I live just off of 186th Street north of Columbia Park, and there has been a growing problem with homeless individuals living out of their cars on 186th Street. There is a line of them that are permanently parked there. They live there. They have their bodily functions outside their car on the street. They change clothes outside their car sometimes. I have installed a security system in my home. My wife still feels uncomfortable because of what's happened to this area. And I am sensitive to the plight of some of these individuals who are suffering from challenges economically, but living out of their cars on a public street in a neighborhood is unacceptable. And I know it's been brought to the attention of the police previously. I don't know what constrains them from being able to deal with this, but I'm a 40-year resident of Torrance, and I intended to, live the rest of my life here. But my wife is uncomfortable, and it's very disappointing to see that the city would allow a neighborhood to be drawn down, to be damaged by allowing this to continue. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, sir.
Cameron, can you please begin speaking?
Yes, I'm calling in solidarity with the family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell and with Black Lives Matter to demand that there is some accountability in your police department for murdering Christopher in 2018. I think you guys know by now that we're going to keep coming up, we're going to keep showing up, we're going to keep calling, we're going to keep emailing. We will never stop until we get our demands. And those demands are that we have a civilian oversight commission, which was already recommended to you by a grand jury, and to fire Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon, the anti-black murderers who stole Christopher's life. It's Mother's Day this weekend, and Sherilyn is without her son again. I don't know how I can encourage you all to have a sliver of empathy, because it's clear by now that you just don't care. But if anything, just do it to get rid of us, because we will not stop. And I know at every turn, you guys keep trying to make these barriers to get rid of us, but they haven't worked, and they will not. And I think it's ridiculous, reiterating what the earlier caller said, that those emails are not read out, that we have nothing. We don't know what happens to the emails except that they come out in the public records, but we want to hear them. And honestly, I don't expect a lot from you guys at this point, but we're asking for the bare minimum because a human's life was stolen, and you are all complicit.
Mayor, that caller disconnected from the line. We have a next caller on the line. Omar, can you please begin speaking?
Sure. My name is Omar Khan. Good evening, everyone. And I live right at the crossing of 186 and Amy. And lately, right at the curbside of 186 along the park, it's been a lot of issue with the homeless, people living in their car, literally smoking weed. I can personally smell through the windows. And I have a family. I put my life saving building these homes. And within like few weeks, this guy have taken the peace away. I had a break-in in my house last week, and it has never happened that somebody even broken my home. But these people are just making the whole area is absolutely unacceptable. The trash is on the city. They're cooking at the curb, throwing human waste out of the windows. I mean, imagine if one of the homeless, some of these homeless living across you folks. We have a family live there. We have a children. These cars, they're only 100 yards from the school. Somebody got to take some step on it, take some action. We are known to have a wonderful and safer place to live, but we deserve to have a wonderful and safer place to live for ourselves and our family. So I humbly request the mayor and councilman and the police chief to take some steps.
Omar, still on the line. Are you done with your comments?
Yes, I'm done. I disconnected. But I please, humbly request to all of folks to please help us to clean that street. This is our living being there. And I have done everything to reach out to the police station, to a park ranger, but nothing has been done so far. So I really humbly request folks that please take some action and please clean up the neighborhood.
Well, if you would please email me directly, and my email is pfurey@torranceca.gov. I'll make sure that the proper people get to see it. Okay. We'll see if we do.
Okay.
Something.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Andy, please begin speaking.
Hi, this is Andy again. I would like to congratulate you guys or commend you guys for the tremendous work you are doing. And seriously, following these orders. And the only thing I would add to this, people should be more aware that the seriousness of this virus and won't be upset about this social distancing. Social distancing, the only thing what we can do to fight this disease. And just as I said before, if Putin tells people to social distance, then you have to social distance, because there is no other way we're going to get out of this thing. And the other thing, you could have people with more toilet papers and more protective gears, especially for the workers at the grocery stores. They should have better face masks and more wipes and more protections, because we're going to be with this thing for weeks and weeks and months. And we're going to have more problems with homeless, more problems with sanitation. And the biggest thing in America, what I like, the sanitation, the clean restrooms, the hot water in the restrooms, the soap, the paper towel, the toilet paper. These are the essential items to fight diseases. Please emphasize to people who doesn't understand and they have these conspiracy theories. There is nothing more important than social distancing. Stay home with your wife and try to survive, but also try to have businesses do business with the proper distancing and the proper sanitation and proper hygiene things. So that's very important. Social distancing and the equipment, face masks, toilet papers, and hand sanitizers. That's what you should put the emphasis on, because more people get sick, these restrictions won't be lifted. We have to stop people getting sick, then the country and the state gonna lift the restrictions. So people has to be really social distancing as much as possible. And you really guys doing a good job. I'm just criticizing all the time, but the main thing is sanitation, 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 and distancing and distancing and distancing. That's the main thing. You can get close with your honey. I recommend that.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up.
Well, okay. Anybody else?
Yes, Mayor. Sherlyn, can you please begin speaking?
My son, life was precious to me. I love him and I miss him so much. I am devastated living in this world without him. Christopher was all I had. Christopher was everything to me. And I am fed up by the way these officers are being protected by the system. I demand that they be held accountable. If you watch the video, you'll see my son's hands were up and he was unarmed, but they still shot him and murdered him. My son did not deserve that. He had his whole life ahead of him. He had a future. So my whole family is devastated. We miss Christopher so much. He was my only child. Something needs to be done. Mayor, I know that's something you can do. I know you can hold these people accountable. They murdered Christopher. Do not let them keep getting away with murdering people. And everybody worried about this epidemic. It didn't catch you, but the bullet caught my son, and he's not here anymore. Everybody's sitting at home with their families, and I'm sitting at home with a still picture, missing my baby. And it's like, what to do now? What? So I'm saying, Mayor, do something. I know you can do it. Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon needs to be fired and held accountable for murdering my son. They need to be fired and put in jail. But I know you guys are going to keep on protecting them, thinking they did nothing wrong. It was not right. My son's life mattered. And to everyone who's standing in solidarity with me and my son, I thank you. Because Christopher did not deserve his life stolen from him too soon. 23? No. How is a parent supposed to live and their kids are gone? The parent's supposed to be buried before the child, not the parent burying the.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. We have about 5 minutes left, Mayor, with several more callers on the line. Do you want me to just patch them in until the time is up?
Yeah, we're looking for two more probably. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. Melissa Wright, you are now unmuted. Please begin speaking.
Great. Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is Melissa again. I spoke at the last meeting to remind you that Police Appreciation Week, or Blue Ribbon Week, is the first week usually in May, the second week in May. And so during that time, we are tying blue ribbons around trees and posts in our neighborhood, and we're inviting everyone else to do the same. And we extended the appreciation this year to also all the frontline workers. So if you see if you see blue ribbons all around your neighborhood, on trees, on posts, and things like that, that is showing our appreciation for all the police and our frontline workers out there. And we're keeping them up until at least the 15th of May. And I just found out that it's National Nurses Week starting tomorrow for the next week, and they are right there with us on the front line. So what a better way to also include them. So we've already done, just in my street, 200 yards of ribbon, and it went really fast. We have 200 more yards coming in tomorrow. So just wanted to let you know that we're putting those blue ribbons up. Hopefully more people in Torrance will do it, and I will be dropping off some blue ribbons for you to wear at your next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Appreciate your support.
Thanks. Bye.
Margaret O'Regan, please begin speaking.
For setting everything up so that you can hear from the public. Again, I would like to thank the city manager, city clerk, council, all the essential city workers, including police and fire, for guiding us through this unusual pandemic. I have a concern, but it's not a high priority considering everything, but I do have a concern and hope that we can be educated. The coyote trapping started in October and is supposed to end in May, and I would like to get an update on what happened to those 24 traps, if they caught anything, and what's the plan for the future. I still have 2 old little coyote appetizers that I try to walk around. And again, thank you for keeping the parks open, because that's one of the places where we walk. Again, thank you for staying up so late and putting up with all these crises. And this coyote issue is not a top priority, but I would like some follow-up information. Thank you very, very much.
1 second before you hang up, I want to make sure you find out where you get that information. Mr. Jackson, if she calls the main number, can she get that information?
Yes, she can. It's also up on our webpage, but she certainly can call 618-5880, and we'll put her in contact with the information.
Did you get that, ma'am?
City Council phone number?
That's City Hall number. City
Hall? Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
They'll get you to the right person, okay, to get that information.
Does anybody know when it was supposed to end in May? Was it beginning in May? The trapping, I mean. The beginning of May or the end of May?
That's really,
okay,
I can't remember everything.
It's not a priority. Okay, thank you.
All right.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Well, we've used up all of the time for oral communication, so at this time we will be taking a recess to closed session to confer with the city manager and the city attorney on the agenda matters listed under 14A, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, 14B, threat to public services or facilities, 14C, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, 14D, conference with labor negotiator, and 14E, real property conference with real property negotiator. A closed session on all of these matters is authorized by California Government Code, Section 54956.9D1 and 54957 and 54957.6 and 54958. And we will return after our closed session is concluded to adjourn this meeting.
Mayor, when
Thank
we're
you all
public
for
orals going to be?
For us, at the end of everything.
For council, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, that's not what we did last time.
Mayor and council, if you could please stay on the line. I'm going to make sure that we have everyone who needs to be on for 14A.
I'm staying on the line, but I'm taking a break.
Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you.
session. Mr. Jackson, is there anything to report?
No, there is not, Mayor.
Okay, now we'll do council orals. First one is Councilmember Goodrich, and I think he has peeled off from us. Nothing there. He says nothing. Okay. Councilmember Griffin?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Even though this late hour, I do want to just say a couple more things about the COVID-19 situation and our efforts to start moving forward and start reopening. LA County is a big county with a lot of people and 88 cities in it, and not every city is the same. And I think Torrance has many unique issues that work in its favor, as well as a lot of issues that really hurt us as far as our impact financially that we're being hit. And cities like LA City, they're getting direct assistance from the federal government, and we're not. And so I hate to see us being put into the cookie cutter of the county. I would like to see, with concurrence of my colleagues tonight, to have a letter drafted to the county saying that we, as the city of Torrance, would like to see us moving forward because we believe we have the resources. We've got great hospitals. We've got first responders. Our numbers are looking good. And at this point in time, to me, it's punitive for us to continue to remain closed. And I think it's worthwhile for us to collectively put in a request to the county and share that concern with them so that they hear from us formally. And that would be my request for concurrence. I saw, looks like 3 other thumbs up.
It looked like there was
Can't see.
It looked like there was
I can't see Goodrich, and Mayor hasn't indicated.
It looked like there was a majority concurrence.
Mayor, we can't hear you.
I said whatever the council desires, but it will be tasteful, whatever it is. It will not be a caustic statement for sure.
I wouldn't expect it to be caustic. I appreciate that, and I also want to wish everybody well through the continuation of this effort and their patience with us. And lastly, and most importantly, I want to wish all the mothers out there a wonderful, happy Mother's Day, and enjoy your day. And maybe we'll even have some florist shops open so you'll get some nice gifts for your special day. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Alani.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, Mayor. I just want to let everyone know, the residents of Torrance, the businesses of Torrance, especially staff, how much I appreciated how everyone's working so hard to get Torrance up and running and keep us safe. And I also wanted to wish everyone a happy Mother's Day. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Matucci.
I got nothing tonight. Thank you.
Councilmember Chen.
Well, everyone, stay safe. Happy Mother's Day. Looking forward to opening up some parts of the business soon. And good night.
Happy Mother's Day to absolutely everybody. And as we close tonight's agenda, I want to thank you all for your patience. Anybody who's still with us, you really have a lot of patience during these difficult times. City staff, my colleagues on the council, we all appreciate it. During this time, it is important to remember businesses and restaurants are amongst the many groups who need our help. Please order takeout and delivery from our local restaurants so they can survive and continue to serve our community once the pandemic is over. Seniors and at-risk community, please take advantage of our available programs. Torrance Cares to Go, although it's on its wane, it's still available. Torrance Cares Farmers Market Curbside Pickup, that's on the pickup side. And Torrance Cares for Seniors are put in place to help you remain at home and healthy. Seniors can also utilize the senior hotline at 310-320-5918 if they have questions. Everyone, please wear face coverings when in public. Continue to practice social distancing. Stay indoors as much as possible. Wave hello at a distance when you greet your neighbors. Walk around the neighborhood. Take your dogs out enjoy your life as best you can, because pretty soon we're all going to be back at work, and we're all going to be saying, gosh, I wish I could just stay home. And let's not forget to thank our hospitals and their staff, from the custodians keeping their facilities clean to the doctors on the front lines of the pandemic. There is a light at the end of the tunnel. Let us continue to stand together in our efforts and finish strong through this state order. In the coming months, we will be facing a new normal. In fact, in the coming weeks, we'll be facing a new start to normal. Torrance is resilient. If we continue to work together, I am confident we will recover on the other side. Again, thank you for your patience and dedication in keeping the community safe at home. Take care and be safe. I will certainly take a motion to adjourn this meeting. Unless you all want to stay here all night.
I'll make a motion that we adjourn tonight's council meeting to Tuesday, May 12th, 2020, for the regular meeting commencing at 7 p.m. In compliance with Governor Newsom's Executive Order N-2920, which suspended portions of the Brown Act, members of the Torrance City Council and staff will participate in this meeting via teleconference and other electronic means in our continuing effort to practice social distancing to reduce the spread of COVID-19. Members of the public are encouraged to watch the meeting via City Cable, Channel 3, Spectrum, Channel 31 Frontier, over the air on 25.2, streaming on torranceca.gov, Facebook at City of Torrance CA Government, and YouTube channel Torrance City Cable.
Councilman Chen, second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
That motion carried unanimously, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, everybody. Have a good evening. Good morning.
Good night.
Individuals with mild symptoms should isolate themselves at home so they can improve with rest and fluids. For those with severe symptoms, treatment is focused on supportive care, such as providing fluids, oxygen, and ventilatory support for really ill people. There's early data showing that remdesivir, an antiviral drug previously used against Ebola, may be helpful. Other medications that have been used to try to treat severe COVID-19 include a combination of lopinavir and ritonavir, both of which are antiretroviral drugs, as well as chloroquine and hydroxychloroquine, which are usually used to treat malaria, with one trial showing effectiveness of hydroxychloroquine and azithromycin being used together. On March 22nd, the World Health Organization launched a global megatrial to test some of these promising medications. Vaccines are also being developed by countries around the world, and it's estimated that they'll be available in 2021. All of these medications, and many additional ones, are being studied more fully in randomized controlled trials to see if there's a safe and reliable treatment that can be used. Alright, as a quick recap. 4 months after the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, countries around the world have had varying levels of success in containing the disease. This is done by flattening the curve and raising the line. Some countries, like China and South Korea, have decreased the number of new cases, while in the US, the number continues to rise. A mandated lockdown at a federal level to enforce social distancing and mass testing are key components to preventing the spread of the disease, while raising the line can be accomplished by training more frontline healthcare workers, building more hospitals, and providing hospital staff with adequate PPE. Treatments are focused on supportive care, and a number of medications are in clinical trials. And there may be a vaccine ready in 2021. For individuals, the best strategy is prevention. This includes staying isolated, careful hand washing, and avoiding touching your T-zone. If you're a healthcare worker, you should use personal protective equipment.
save humanity by really, really not getting anywhere near it.
There are many things that you can do to help slow the spread of the coronavirus. You can start by just staying at home.
Remember to wash your hands often with warm water and soap, and try never to touch your eyes, mouth, and nose.
Wear a face mask when you're around others, at the grocery store, or picking up food.
Clean and disinfect frequently touched objects and surfaces.
Keep a safe distance and avoid close contact with anyone who is sick.
Cover your cough, sneeze into your elbow, or use a tissue and throw that tissue away immediately.
Let's all do our part, and let's help flatten the curve.
To play an important role in protecting humankind, don't touch your face.
Hi, everyone. I'm Torrance Mayor Pat Fury. During these uncertain times, I just have to applaud our community, our city staff, our residents, our businesses, and all of you for doing your part in keeping the community safe and helping to minimize the spread of COVID-19. In the last few weeks, we've had to make some really difficult decisions, but through it all, we've remained strong. And staying strong means staying home and practicing social distancing for your family, your friends, and your neighbors. It means doing your part, like wearing a face covering when you head out the door. It means finding enjoyment at home and leaving it to the heroes among us, our medical professionals and our first responders, who do have to go to work, who do have to face the dangers every single day just to keep us safe. As a city, I want you to know we are committed to doing everything we possibly can to ensure your safety and wellness. Torrance cares, and we will get through these tough times together. We always do. Stay safe and healthy, and I'll see you real soon. Take care.
Hello, I'm Torrance Councilman George Chen. I'd like to first of all thank you all for re-electing me as your new District 2 council member. I am honored and inspired to have your support. We've endured some difficult times since the health crisis took over the world. We're seeing an unbelievable amount of sickness, death, concern, and anxiety. But let me remind you, we are all more resilient than we may give ourselves credit. Individually and as a whole, I've seen how Torrance cares. We may have had a tough day, a tough week, or more likely, a tough month. But I have faith in our capacity to recover and am looking forward to a vibrant future that's still ahead. Remember, we're all in this together, working towards a bigger goal of surviving this crisis with strength, resilience, and grace. Stay safe, stay strong. I hope to see you all soon.
Hey everybody, Councilman Mike Griffiths here. I hope you're all doing fine during these challenging times. And as you know, unfortunately in these challenging times, many of our essential businesses are closed, including our city library. All of our libraries are one of our best resources that we have in the city, and unfortunately you can't physically come to our libraries, but through the use of technology you can still use the resources available at our library by going to our website, torranceca.gov/library. And you can access many of the resources available electronically at the website, including audiobooks and ebooks. So if you're done watching Netflix and you're tired of watching TV, pick up a book at the library electronically. Come on down to our website, check out a book, and enjoy it. Something different to do during this challenging time. Hope you all stay safe, and I hope you did get a chance to see the swearing-in ceremony on Tuesday night for our new council.
Myself, George Chen, and our new council member Sharon Kalani were sworn in for a new term on our city council, and we hope you all had an opportunity to watch that virtually. Thank you so much for those who supported and elected all of us. Much appreciated. Stay safe, and I'll see you around the city soon. Bye-bye.
Hi, I'm Torrance Councilmember Tim Goodrich. In the last month, we have all endured our share of stress, anguish, and difficult times. As elected officials, we've had to make some tough decisions to protect our city in order to ensure its residents and businesses are safeguarded during this health crisis. But there's another group of people who are doing that too, and I think they are the heroes who live among us. They are the men and women who leave their homes every day to do the jobs that keep our communities safe, healthy, and operating. Our first responders and medical community, our grocery workers, bus drivers, postal workers, delivery services, and all those who are on the front lines. While their uniforms may not include a cape, I'd like to applaud each and every hero among us. Thank you to our essential workers, and thank you for making Torrance a great community. You truly show that Torrance cares.
Hello, I'm Torrance Councilwoman Sharon Kalani, and I'm honored and thrilled to have been elected as your new District 4 Council member. What a way to begin this journey, a truly historic time in all of our lives. When I decided to run for office, I knew I wanted to be part of something truly special. As a proud Torrance resident, I've seen the wonderful dynamic of our past and current city leaders, everyone bringing something unique to the table. They find ways to work together, leaving a lasting impact on our city in ways that shows Torrance cares. I welcome this challenge as we experience some of the toughest days ahead. The challenge of helping to build our economy back up, to bring some normalcy back into our lives, and to work together with all of my fellow council members as we look ahead. I think that's the true test of our city's strength, and I have faith that we will get through this together. Thank you again, and I look forward to seeing all of you very soon. Stay safe, and God bless.
Hello, I'm Torrance Councilman Aurelio Matucci. I am so proud of our city and all the ways we continue to show how Torrance cares. Most recently, Torrance launched its senior hotline at 310-320-5918 to ensure our aging community is cared for, accounted for, and has offered resources available just for them. We also rolled out a program at the end of March called Torrance Cares to Go, offering a delivery service to our seniors and our most at-risk residents who shouldn't be out shopping for their daily essentials. In just a few weeks, we've been able to fulfill more than 1,000 requests thanks to our dedicated staff and partners. It's moments like these that make me so proud to call Torrance home. Take the time to check out our neighbors, call on our family members who may also be isolated and alone. And let's remember to take care of each other, especially during these difficult times. Don't forget to check out cityoftorrancecalifornia.com/TC2Go. Be well, and I'll see you soon.
Hello, I'm Captain Chris Cathy from the Torrance Fire Department. I'm here to talk to you about the coronavirus pandemic. So what is the coronavirus? Coronaviruses are a large family of viruses that are common in people and many different species of animals, including camels, cattle, cats, and bats. Rarely, animal coronaviruses can infect humans and then spread between people. This occurred with the Middle East Respiratory Syndrome, MERS, in 2012, and Severe Acute Respiratory Syndrome, SARS, in 2003. First detected in China in 2019, the new or novel coronavirus is officially called COVID-19 by the World Health Organization. Due to this being a new virus, much is still not known, and information is rapidly changing as the disease progresses and more research is conducted. So how does COVID-19 spread? The virus that causes COVID-19 is thought to spread from person to person, mainly through respiratory droplets produced when an infected person coughs or sneezes. These droplets can land in the mouths or noses of people who are nearby, or possibly be inhaled into the lungs. Spread is more likely when people are in close contact with one another, within about 6 feet. These respiratory droplets are heavy and do not travel more than 6 feet. This is the reasoning behind the social distancing direction from the CDC. COVID-19 seems to be spreading easily and sustainably in the community. Community spread means when people have been infected with the virus in an area, including some who are not sure how or where they became infected. With the similarity between COVID-19 and other human coronaviruses, the longest incubation time of similar viruses is up to 14 days. Signs and symptoms of COVID-19 may appear 2 to 14 days after exposure. With a potentially long delay in the development of signs or symptoms, a person could be infected and unknowingly pass the virus to others or surfaces. Due to the rapid spread of the virus, this led to the recommendation to stay at home, social distancing, and now wearing a face covering while in public. There has also been concern of the reported spread by the news media in showcasing the number of positive COVID-19 test results. The increasing number of cases does not directly mean an increased spread. This indicates that more testing is being performed and reported. On April 3rd, the CDC began recommending that everyone should begin wearing a cloth face covering whenever you are in a community setting, especially in situations where you may be near other people. The recommendation to wear a cloth face covering, which covers your nose and mouth, is in light of new data about how COVID-19 spreads, along with evidence of widespread COVID-19 illness in communities across the country. This is to protect people around you if you are infected but do not have any symptoms. These cloth face coverings are not a substitute for social distancing. This is an additional public health measure you should take to reduce the spread of COVID-19, but the CDC still recommends you stay at least 6 feet from other people. Cloth coverings can be made from many common household materials such as bandanas, scarves, and t-shirts. Cloth coverings should not be placed on children younger than 2 years of age, anyone who has trouble breathing, is unconscious, incapacitated, or otherwise unable to remove the cover without assistance. It is important to remember that surgical masks and N95 respirators are in short supply and should be reserved for healthcare workers or other medical first responders. A cloth covering for your nose and mouth can be to tie a bandana or scarf around your face. Also, there are commercially available face coverings that you can use to cover your nose and mouth. Surgical masks can be placed to cover your nose and mouth and formed to fit the bridge of your nose. An N95 respirator is worn in similar fashion. The respirator must fully cover your nose and mouth and be formed to the bridge of your nose in order to create an effective seal around the mask. So what should you be looking for? The signs and symptoms of COVID-19, unfortunately, are very closely related to other diseases currently affecting the population. Signs and symptoms of COVID-19 are a fever of 100 degrees or more, cough, shortness of breath, or respiratory problems, a sore throat. A person may have any or all of these and can display a different severity of each. Some people may show no signs or symptoms at all. So what should you do if you get sick or start having any of these signs or symptoms? If you have a fever, you might have COVID-19. Most people have mild illness and are able to recover at home. Keep track of your symptoms. If you have an emergency warning sign, seek medical attention early. You should seek emergency medical care if you have trouble breathing, persistent pain or pressure in your chest, new confusion or difficulty to arouse, or bluish lips or face. The key point from this is to stay home if you do not feel well. Notify your supervisor prior to coming